from the lobby, please. Great. So welcome, Expert Advisory Committee. Great to have you here for our second meeting. This is a follow-up to our meeting on February 10th, where we really laid out a lot about what this committee's charge is and the work ahead, and had a pretty robust conversation on that. Again, the recording and the slides and all of those materials are online if you ever need to refer back to that initial conversation as we're talking here today, or as a follow-up to this conversation. So, Clessie, if you could move us to the next slide, please. Okay, great. So this is a snapshot. So we're at item 1. This is our agenda for today. We're gonna go through roll call and welcome our committee members to this second meeting. We will also share a schedule for the 2023 meetings for the rest of the year. I know this was a request at the February meeting, so we have selected some dates the next 6 meetings, so we'll talk through that as a committee. Item 2 is nomination and election, and looking forward to having that discussion with the committee. Item 3, we wanted to make space to just briefly revisit the target setting discussion we had at the end of our February meeting on what we mean by targets, and give space for the committee to ask any questions or discuss among yourselves on your charge ahead with respect to setting a range of ambitious natural and working lands targets. Item 4 is the really fun part of the meeting. We will hear from state colleagues across our state family on the work to date across our major land types and the existing state policies, goals, and targets. We wanted to make sure that the committee had a chance to hear from our state experts on the work that's already being done and implemented as you all start to think about this range of ambitious natural and working lands targets. So we will cover every land type. We know that we won't address every component of every land type, but at least it's a way to kind of level set and get us all on the same page about some of the existing state efforts. The last item is talking through next steps, and again, hearing from the committee on future meeting agendas, so we can take that back and work with the chair on mapping out and agendizing our future meetings. A note for the public on the line: you will have an opportunity to engage with the committee, and we are excited to hear from you all. We'll have public comment after items 3 and 4 on the slide here. And then another quick housekeeping note that I wanted to share with the committee from our colleagues at the California Air Resources Board. You will be getting your first per diem check for the first 2 meetings. So that is coming soon from the Air Resources Board. If you have any questions, reach out to me or Adam, and we can make sure to route your questions to the right people. So that is our agenda. We will now move to roll call, and committee members, as we shift to the next slide, please, Clessie. Committee members, as much as possible, I know we're going to be together for 4 to 5 hours today, but as much as possible, if you could keep your video on for the state folks on the line as we get to know you all, and you all get to know each other. So I'll just tick through this roll call. Christy, are you here?
I am here. Thank you.
Christy. John?
Yep, I'm here.
Great. Chelsea?
Here.
Great. Nathaniel?
Here.
Great. Matt? Matt Holmes, are you on the line? Okay. William?
Here, sorry.
Laura?
Here.
Debbie?
Here.
Mark?
Yep, here.
Great. Carrie?
I'm here.
Melissa?
I'm here.
Lori?
Here.
Great. And Marion?
Hi, it's pronounced Marion, and I'm here.
Sorry about that, Marion.
No worries.
Okay, great. Thank you again all for making this work. So excited to have you all. So I know this was requested at our last meeting. Schedule for the year ahead. We have an incredibly busy and successful group of committee members. So we wanted to make sure we share the schedule for the year ahead with you all. So here are our next 6 meetings. So reminder, we're at meeting 2. We have looked at our schedules internally, and we've tried to find 4 to 5 hour blocks for a regular cadence of conversations with the committee. I want to hear from you all if this is going to create huge problems, but we will also plan to send holds afterwards to the committee, and we can do follow-up if we can't reach a quorum for any one of these meetings. Note, when we put out the solicitation to committee members, we were suggesting 4 to 8 meetings each calendar year. With this, we'll have 8 meetings for the calendar year. We may not need all of these meetings, but we wanted to at least hold the time on your calendars in case the committee decides that it is beneficial to convene all 8 times. So this is the proposed schedule for half-day meetings for the rest of the year. Again, we'll share these slides afterwards. Kim from our team will send holds to all of you. And we will also share this schedule at the end of the meeting here today. But I did want to make a quick space if there's major flags or concerns at this point to hear from the committee on the schedule. Laura, I see your hand up.
Yeah, not a concern, but a question. Are these all expected to be remote meetings, or are any of them expected to be in person?
Right, good point. So we, the next 2 meetings, the April meeting and the May meeting, will be remote. As it currently stands, meetings will start to be in person starting in July. So we are working through that. They will likely be in Sacramento unless we decide, or the committee decides, of an alternate location or things along those lines. But also want to, if I'm reflecting anything incorrectly, state colleagues, please jump in. But as of now, the first 2 on this page are remote, and then we start to convene in person, and we notice the public location.
Jen, I would just add, that's all correct, but another option for committee members, instead of coming to Sacramento, if it's of interest, is to participate remotely, but at a public location. I don't know all of the ins and outs, and we can follow up if helpful on the details, but that's another option.
Yeah, thanks for flagging that, Amanda. Let's see, I see another hand up. Devi?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that I will be in the field pretty much all of April, and I'll be out of the country in May during that time period. So I won't be able to make those 2, but I should be able to make the rest.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Lori.
Just a quick question. I'll have to look at my schedule for the broader one, but these are varying between 5 and 4 hours. And could you tell us why some are 5 and some are 4? It's a challenging amount of time on Zoom. It's a challenging amount of time for any meeting, but what's the difference here in your 4 selection?
Yeah, so we might scale some of the 5-hour meetings back, but we wanted to at least block the time because that was available on the state folks' calendars. But we are trying to make these meetings as succinct as possible as we put in the initial sort of call for committee members, we said half day to full day. So we're trying to make all of these meetings half day going forward. But, you know, these will be scaled and evolve slightly, Lori, as we have agendas and it becomes clear what the committee wants to discuss, especially at the next two meetings, so we can try to hone in on the exact time. Marianne?
Yeah, I just, not to get into the weeds on my calendar, but only one of these will not work for me, is an absence. I'm not sure how to account for an absence, but I just wanted to flag that
Yeah.
and see if
Yeah.
you're considering even changing any dates or not.
So we are, an absence is okay. Sorry, if you wouldn't mind muting. Just getting a bit of echo. We are, I just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, we're just trying to get a quorum at minimum for each of these meetings. So, you know, an absence here or there from some of you that have, you know, non-negotiable things that you're sharing right now is okay. Preferably we keep these dates and we don't do the exercise of doodle polls and things like that because we want to just have these set and be clear about, you know, the blocks of time going forward. But as Kim follows up with meeting holds, please do let us know if which meetings are, you know, absolutely not possible for you all, and we will reassess if we don't have a quorum for any one of the meetings. Matt, I think your hand was up next.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with my camera. That's ridiculous. But I wanted just to share with everybody that I've been talking with the Office of Environmental Justice at CARB, and we have like a fourth iteration of the CARB scoping plan that really recommended that natural and working lands be referred to Natural Resources Agency. And there's quite a bit of learning over there from the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. And they are eager to have a joint meeting to help get into dialogue with this group and talk about some of the equity issues and some of the things that don't pop out in the modeling that we think this group might want to learn about. And so whenever that happens, we can work with Chanel Fletcher over there and her staff. Actually, they have a new interim for Chanel. She's having a baby. But I think it would be wise for this group to meet with some of those communities that are most impacted and underserved by investment in California.
Great. Thanks for sharing that, Matt.
Yep, parking lot for everybody else.
Yeah, appreciate that. We are taking notes and we are recording. So all these suggestions are super helpful. Appreciate that. Will.
So it may or may not affect quorum, but on April 3rd and May 4th, I will, for an hour or so or more, I will be teaching. I can attend the rest of the meeting, but I have to teach other than that.
Okay. Great. Thank you for sharing. Please also note that when you follow up with me and Kim, you know, windows that won't work for you in that block if you can attend most of it, but you have to dip out for an hour or so. Nathaniel, you're up next.
April 25th is out for me. May 22nd, I may be able to catch the tail end of that. I'm also out of the country, but I think the time zones might align enough that I can catch the majority of that session.
Okay, great. Thank you for sharing. I think we'll table this. It's great to hear your availability. It's great to hear that several of you can make most of these, but let's follow up offline. And as I mentioned, these are the meeting times we would like to move forward with. Again, we may not need all 6. It is at the committee's discretion, but we want to at least have holds on your calendar. So let's follow up offline about real challenges with any of these dates, and if needed, we will readjust. I'm not seeing any other questions. I want to make a quick space for any of my state counterparts, Amanda or Matt or Virginia, to share anything related to item 1 and to capture anything I missed. Okay, great. Well, let's move on to item 2, the exciting stuff. This is the item around chair nomination and election. We had a super helpful conversation with you all on February 10th about the role of the chair or co-chairs. There was some discussion around interim chairs. So I wanted to just put this slide probably looks familiar. A couple of them will throughout the presentation, but I thought it might be helpful to jog our memory. But I wanted to put this slide up to orient you to kind of the governance structure we're thinking about here. So having chairs and or co-chairs. Ideally, we, as you probably saw in the Q&A we shared with you all, we would like to set these chairs as permanent chairs sooner rather than later. So we're not kind of shifting between interim and permanent, but we can actually start to focus on the work ahead and really have that robust discussion. So that's one piece. And then, of course, we have all of the committee members that chairs will be really trying to reflect what they heard to us state colleagues and be a really important point of contact for us in between meetings as we set agendas and prep for meetings. On the line today, we have several state agency colleagues. Often these colleagues are folks that we work super closely with in between meetings and on many other efforts related to natural and working lands policy. Today, you will be hearing from a handful of them that are really steeped in work on specific land types. So I'm excited to have them share a little bit about their work and how it relates to the charge of this committee. We also will occasionally, at the request of the committee, try to bring in other external guest speakers. These could be practitioners, academics, you name it, in California, beyond, to kind of help inform the work again of the committee. And then also online today, I think we have a good number of members of the public, and it's always great to hear from them during the public comment periods. So just a reminder of sort of the players that you're on the line with here today. Next slide, please, Clessy. So again, we talked through this briefly last time, but and I do want to say we are putting forward these suggestions as what we think a role of a chair is for this committee, but we really do want to underscore that this committee is self-directed and self-guided. You are giving the state recommendations, and it is, you know, we will work with however you want to organize and set up yourselves. But how we have been thinking about the role of the chair is obviously a person or persons that can really interface with us state agency colleagues in between meetings, be a really critical liaison for us. As part of that, help to set agendas for upcoming meetings, and also help to outline next steps or additional info that the committee needs to really be able to provide the best possible guidance. In these first 2 meetings, I've been facilitating the conversation, but a role of a chair could definitely be to take over the facilitation and to really keep the charge and the work of the committee front and center. And these last 2 are, you know, as necessary, but as necessary, we would ask that the chair facilitate votes or actions taken by the committee, and or help to coordinate any of the deliverables of the committee that would be provided to the state later this year. So those are a few of our thoughts internally on how we've thought about the role of the chair that we just talked through last time. But we have space now to transition to the actual substance of this item, which is nominating a chair or chairs and then electing a chair or chairs. So next slide, please, Clessy. So I think we have my colleague Heather Leslie on the line, who is our lawyer, so she can jump in if I'm saying anything incorrectly here. But how we're going to run this process, and I know some of you have emailed us in between the two meetings, but we right now are going to hear nominations of one or more candidates for chair. These can be self-nominations. After we get through all of the nominations, there's lots of space for committee discussion. During this committee discussion, this is an important time for the committee to think through having an interim chair or going straight to a potentially permanent chair. So I know that that was something that was raised on the February meeting, and I encourage you all during the committee discussion to sort of weigh the pros and cons of that. After the discussion wraps up, we'll do a voice vote on the chair, and we're going to do this by a vote that is taken in the order of which each person was nominated until there is a majority. This is our suggested process, of course, if there's another way you all want to organize this, but again, we're just giving you the tools to try to nominate a chair and elect a chair as swiftly as possible and in an open way. So I see some questions, so let's take a couple questions and then I'd like to move into nominations, or maybe Nathaniel, your hand is up for a nomination, but let's, okay, now your hand isn't up. Chelsea, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering, is there an opportunity to put something like a role like a vice chair on the table?
Yeah, again, like as we kind of shared, Chelsea, I think, and please state colleagues jump in, but this, a lot of the structure here is at the discretion of the committee. So we're open to that if you all are of course open to that. Mark?
Yeah, thanks. I think I was one of the people who advocated for having interim chair roles at the beginning, but as I think about it, I think that actually might be a little moot. I mean, as a committee, we have to be open and flexible to change committee chairs if someone is the chair and wants to step down and move on. So I'm not sure that we need to spend a lot of time worrying about whether we're calling that the chair interim or not. I mean, it's fine if it does, but I don't think that's a big issue. And I'd also like to reiterate my, I guess, preference for thinking about having co-chairs or at a minimum a vice chair, because I think a chair would need support.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So if there aren't any clarifying questions, I'd like to move into chair nomination and election. So we'll take nominations, and these can be self-nominations now. Nathaniel? Okay, Carrie?
Thank you. I'd like to place a nomination for Lori Wayburn as chair and a co-chair as Chelsea Carey. And then just to let whoever goes into the chair position, my comment is just that I'm interested in being an active participant in the process, so in a supporting role with them. Whoever does get the position.
Thank you. Matt?
That's great news. I was going to nominate Carrie, and I was just also going to point out that in our CARB Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, we're talking about a good chunk of coordinating work, and we just can't leave it to state staff. They're going to get hit with so many different things, especially during budget season, reconciliation. We're going to lose all you guys, right? So we had 3 co-conveners on our EJAC, and sometimes it wasn't enough, but we had a powerhouse in there that kept it all together. So didn't call it a chair, called it a convener. Emails, agendas, questions, and it helped when not everybody could be there. There were 3 people, you always had 1 person. So I don't think there's any sort of economy of keeping the number small. Glad to hear it, Carrie.
Any other nominations?
Oh, can I just say that it's hard to conspire without the chat feature turned on? If we had chat, we might be able to cajole people into raising their hands.
We did turn that off for Bagley Keen purposes, I believe, but thanks for sharing that. Lori?
I just wanted to say I'm willing to serve as chair. I'd be delighted if Chelsea would collaborate with me, and I would also be delighted if Carrie would. I think we have such a range here of expertise that that would be one way I would be happy to approach it.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing other hands for nominations, but I want to not rush this and make sure people are thinking through this. And if you want to nominate anyone else, please do so now. And then I'm not sure if Heather, Leslie, if you're online, but if you might weigh in on the idea of 3 chairs, or if that creates any obstacles or challenges.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hi,
so-
this is Heather.
yeah, hi.
It doesn't. So if you'd like to do like a 3 co-chair situation, or a chair and a vice chair, or I forget the word that Matt used, but if you'd like to call it something else, that's also fine. Any sort of leadership structure that you would like is completely acceptable.
Co-convener.
Thanks, Heather.
Co-convener, thank you so much. If you'd like 3 co-conveners, that's great.
Thank you. Chelsea?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer that I would be happy to either serve as co-chair or co-convener, or also, you know, if Carrie and Lori wanted to do co-chair and I served as vice chair, I'd also welcome that role as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
I guess I'll just offer that I would prefer to. I think we can make it collaborative, but I think it is helpful to have one person as the chair, and then having support to that person, or co-conveners. I guess one of the reasons I nominated Lori is that I could see from her background, and many people on this. There's so many talented people on this committee right now. So I feel like anybody could step into this role. I just advanced her name because of her experience working across efforts like these, and working across like the research and nonprofit and legislative spheres. So I thought that she would be a good role, and like I would like to act in response to like needs that she sees, and make sure that she's supported in that role. And so I guess I kind of view myself here. and so I'm happy with however it works. I mostly just want to make sure that this is a good effort, and whatever the title is, but I just want to make sure that whoever steps into the role doesn't feel like now they're solely in charge of the whole thing and all this work, because we all have to collectively do it together. So anyway, that's so yeah.
Thanks, Carrie. Lori, you're up.
I see the logic of what Carrie is saying. For my part, and I don't know on the state side how you view it, having one person as a point of contact and that person being able to equally call on team members is, that's kind of the chair, vice chair structure, or convener, co-convener, vice convener, whatever the right terminology is. So kind of, I don't know that it creates confusion to have co, so to speak, but were I to be the chair, I would certainly work closely with both Carrie and Chelsea as well as the rest of the committee. So I'm happy either way, but from the state side, whether you guys want to have one point of contact that you coordinate through or 3 points of contact that you coordinate through, that's just a logistical question that I would pose back to you all. And I know you'll work with anything because you're very amenable and supportive. But in my own work, sometimes I find it's easier to simply have one channel that I'm focused on, and then that channel is responsible for being really collaborative across the line.
Great, thank you. Mark.
I think I'm hearing a proposal to vote on Lori as the chair or convener and Chelsea and Carrie as co-conveners, and I'd like to second that motion. I think that sounds like a good plan to me.
Okay, Mark put it forward and seconded it. I do want to hear from everyone, acknowledging they're in support of this. I think you can do that with maybe we'll do a quick roll call. And I'm seeing some thumbs too, but I'm not able to track whose thumbs those are. So we should do a quick roll call, which is Mark's suggestion of Lori as convener and then Carrie and Chelsea as co-conveners. I think we shouldn't worry necessarily about the labels, and the three of you, if it were to move forward, can work out the right distribution, but some sort of what Carrie you were outlining of it. Klutzy, would you mind going back to the roll call quickly? Thanks. So we just need a voice support from each of you. Christy?
Aye.
John?
Sounds great. I support it.
Kelsey?
Sounds good, thank you.
Nathaniel?
I love it.
Matt?
Aye.
William?
Fully support.
Laura?
In support.
Debbie?
I support it.
Mark?
But we already have a majority, so perhaps I should vote no, but I'll say yes.
Yeah. Carrie?
I second the motion, thank you.
Melissa?
Sounds great.
Lori?
Aye.
And Marianne?
Yes, I support.
Okay, great. We can move on. That was pretty seamless. Thank you all. So we will connect with you three offline, but also encourage you three to think about the appropriate sort of titles, labels, etc., and maybe share that at some point with the full group so we're all on the same page. I guess we have some space for committee discussions and questions, but I think we did a lot of that. So is there anything else related to governance or chairing that people would like to briefly raise? Carrie.
Is this the time to discuss a charter for the group as a governance document, or should we table that for another time?
My recommendation, I mean, again, this is a discussion guided by you all, but my recommendation is we table that for the end of the meeting when we talk about next steps and needs and things along those lines. The way we are thinking about a charter is, if it's helpful to you all, please go forth. We also do have the legislation that lays out what needs to be done, but there's obviously probably some finer points you would like to add about governance structure and stuff like that. So my recommendation is we discuss at the end, but if folks would like to take a minute now, please do so.
Thank you. Oops. Sorry.
Lori?
I'm in agreement with having the discussion on a charter at the end. And I understand with the legislation, we have deliverables identified, but what we don't have as well identified is, shall we say, the definitions. So there are, we said ambitious target, but target of what? And I wondered if, many people identify that as a tonnage target, for example. But I was wondering if within the state, you had flexibility and range on the definition of what target might mean, like a target of a suite of actions, a target of a scale of investment. What do you mean by target, or what did the legislature mean by target?
Well, we can't answer what the legislature meant because we don't have the legislature on, but this is a really nice segue into our next item, Lori. So maybe we can move on, which is all about the February 10th discussion we had around target setting and how we at the state have been thinking about it, given the body of work that has already been done through the scoping plan and the climate smart strategy. So I'm going to move on to the next item, item 3, and have a space to quickly remind folks on our February 10th target setting discussion. So as a reminder, I put on this slide, and again, these slides are quite similar, if not identical, to the February 10th slides. So we're just trying to, we know that it takes, we know we're learning here on kind of the charge of the committee and everything. So we wanted to have a space to revisit that discussion. But as a reminder, the scoping plan target says that no more than 4% carbon stock losses below 2014 levels from California's natural and working lands by 2045. So in the scoping plan, which was just released the end of last year, this is the first time we have set this carbon stock target for the natural and working land sector, which is really exciting. We know that this sector is incredibly complex and there's uncertainty and it's hard to constrain, but we've made some huge strides, or I should say the Air Resources Board in partnership with their colleagues has made some huge strides in doing this work. So at the last meeting, we talked about the role of this committee is about most immediately setting or recommending, in fact, this ambitious range of implementation targets that will be organized around California's 8 landscapes that are here on the screen. Next slide, please. So how we have been thinking about this is a range of implementation targets in order to achieve this carbon stock target that was in the scoping plan. And in the scoping plan document, they did identify a range of potential implementation targets for achieving the carbon stock target. And they did so in order to really illustrate the level of action that's required in order to meet this carbon stock target. So what we have talked through at the February meeting is working with you all to set a range of ambitious implementation targets. So we are not suggesting a range of new carbon targets, but rather management actions, resource needs, acreage goals, percent goals, things along that line in order to get to this carbon stock target that is in the scoping plan. There are many things, of course, that this committee is tasked to do over the next couple years, but most immediately in the bill language, we have got to put together this range of ambitious targets, and those are due from the state by January 1, 2024. So we need to work with you all now on getting together this range of implementation targets so that we can make sure we're at a minimum achieving this carbon stock target in the scoping plan. So I want to go to the next slide, please, Clessy. So I sort of said a lot of this, but the bill AB 1757 calls for targets across several time scales, and we are interested in, again, considering these implementation targets since we have the overarching carbon stock target. And the way we talked through this with you all last time is these could be acreage goals, these could be percent increase or percent change goals. This could be the resource needs and the dollars invested in order to achieve climate smart land management practices at scale. Or these could be a lot of different ways to think about levels of action and management activity on the ground in order to make sure we are storing and sequestering carbon, but doing it in a sustainable and resilient way, and also doing it so our lands are serving the many benefits that we all in California enjoy. So that was where we kind of landed the discussion last time. And again, I do want to really have some space from you all to think about, you know, the committee's recommendations for these implementation targets that are needed across our natural and working lands that will get us to meet or exceed this carbon stock target. And the reason why we invited so many of our state colleagues on the line here today is because they're already doing a lot of great thinking about management activity or other actions on lands that we want to build on or make sure that the committee is aware of as you recommend a new range of ambitious implementation targets. Next slide, and then we will pause for discussion. So again, we shared this with you all last time. My colleagues Virginia and Matt talked through what is in the bill 1757, and then specifically what is the charge of the expert advisory committee as laid out in the bill 1757. So there are several things that this committee will be doing, but most immediately it is helping to recommend the development of this ambitious range of targets for the natural and working land sector. Later on, there's some discussion about making sure we outline barriers to implementation and implementation strategies and making sure that those are reflected in future updates to the Natural and Working Lands Climate Smart Strategy, and that these targets are folded into and woven into relevant state policies and planning efforts. So that's a reminder of how we have been thinking about the targets as these implementation targets. And Lori, I hope that addresses your question, or at least leads to some additional thinking and comments from all of you. So I already see a few hands up. So I'm not sure who was up first, but I see Matt in my queue first. So Matt, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just curious if you know, this plan runs into like the CEQA criteria and AB 52 and tribal consultation. Have we gamed that out, Jen?
Good question. I don't have a great answer for that at the moment. And maybe if someone else from our team could chime in, or if Heather Leslie, you might have a response. But maybe we'll come back to that at the end and address that comment, Matt, after we get through a couple of these questions.
The reason I asked about that is it would be nice to get some consistency across Protection Agency and Resources Agency on when and how we do consultation with tribes, and you know, finding one representative doesn't really cut it. And the reason that I think we need to talk about this soon is the January 24 design deadline for our targets. Is that legislated, that deadline, or is that a work plan deadline? And maybe it's time to start asking for an extension from the governor.
Yeah, so what you see here on this slide Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. What you see on this slide here is what is in the legislation. So January 1, the state needs to put forward an ambitious range of natural and working lands targets. And the role of this committee is to recommend those targets. So yes, we do have this January 1 deadline. We also have a January 1, 2025 deadline for an update of the natural and working lands climate smart strategy.
I love it when they're proactive, even when they don't know what they're ordering up. Okay, thank you.
Lori?
Going back to your first of these three slides, could you clarify, this is where you have outlined the thinking, the agency thinking around, yes, right here. Oh, sorry, next one. The one after this, it gives the percentages. There's a confusion potentially here between the target, for example, 20% organic agriculture by area, by production, 10% increase in forest, shrub, grassland, fuels reduction and restoration by total stock amount, because you had tiered this back to the no more than 4% decline in stock. And is that across all forest types, all shrubland types, all grassland types? In other words, breaking these definitions down a little bit would be super helpful in terms of helping, and that may be part of the work of the committee, is part of your thinking. But there's a lot of ambiguity to someone like me in looking at these numbers about what it really means.
I might jump in here, Lori, and say, yes, I agree with you that getting some clarification on what these targets consist of is going to be critical. And we do think that that's going to be part of the work of this committee, is to put a little bit more definition down. I will just say, I'm sure our colleagues at CARB can go into and answer the questions that you've just raised about some of the shorthand here on the slide, if that's helpful. I don't think that's necessary at this moment, but I'm sure that they can do that, and we can make space for that if it's helpful. So thanks for raising the question.
I think I'll just jump in real quickly. Hi, everybody. It's Matt Votel from the Resources Board. I can make this quick, and I'll also offer up that we could, dive deeper if the committee would like into these topics at maybe a subsequent meeting. Like, we're happy to do it in terms of how we got to each of these values here on this slide. But broadly, these are acreage targets. So 10x increase in forest, shrubland, and grassland fuel reduction and restoration is based off of the numbers of acres managed under various fuel reduction activities and forest management activities. So this is 10x increase in acreage from a 2014 level. And then on the organic agriculture, the 20% organic agriculture by 2045, this is acres of productive agricultural land. So I think croplands and perennial lands. Again, it's acreage. The urban forestry investment is dollars. So this is based off of historical investment in urban forestry. So this is a doubling in urban forest investment. So that's a dollars metric. And then the others are, properties per year for dispensable space, acreage on the delta acres for restoration, and then acres on a 50% reduction in desert land conservation. So by and large, most of the implementation targets that we had here from the scoping plan were based on acres of management action, with the exception of the urban forestry investments.
Thanks, Matt. Let's move on. John?
Yeah, I was wondering, similar to the question about sort of definition issues, how constrained we are. Can we only focus on these particular, the things that are already in the scoping plan? Because one thing, the wetlands focus entirely on the delta, and the delta issues are certainly very, very critical, but coastal wetlands, the report also highlights there's opportunities there and are not included. So can we bring those back into the target setting, or are we constrained to only focus on the things that have been set forward in the plan?
That's a great question. You are not constrained to what was modeled for the scoping plan. I think there's a lot of interest in hearing from you all based on your experience and your expertise, sort of what is credible on what landscape. You know, as you all know, certain things, certain practices just can't be modeled, or CARB didn't have the time or funding to model certain practices. So, you know, we're very flexible and open to your recommendations for what we might set targets and where we might set targets.
And if I could jump into, I agree with everything that Amanda said, and I also will layer in that part of this process is to create a ongoing tracking mechanism on how we're progressing towards these implementation targets and the carbon stock target that it was identified in the scoping plan. So we need to be able to track outcomes over time. And so in making recommendations, the committee should consider also, you know, if we set something in a metric for that is not part of the scoping plan process, that how we have the data to be able to kind of track those outcomes over time, or the modeling tools to be able to assess progress towards that target over time as well. So you know, you're not constrained by these, but also want to be able to track progress. And so keeping that in mind is important.
Sorry, my computer was freezing. Lori, I'm not sure if your hand's still up from before or if you have a new question. I'm just going through my queue. So Lori, if you have a question, feel free to unmute.
I think it was in there from before, but I do want to say that I'm very pleased that we can go beyond these recommendations, particularly in relationship to the Resources Agency, Natural and Working Lands recommendations, because while these are excellent, there was a deeper dive, I think, in the NWL in terms of direct implementation. And part of our charge, as I understand it, is to create some consonance between the various efforts that impact NWL carbon dynamics. So that was just very good to hear.
Great. Next up, Christy.
I just wanted to, Matt said it all, but to let people probably already know this, but a lot of this information is in the scoping plan update and specifically in the natural and working lands chapter. So if people have time, maybe I barely had time to sneak in the reading before this meeting, but it was exceptionally helpful to read the bill itself and then read the NWL chapter and skim some of the plan's really long, so you really have to be a really good Monday reader to read the whole awesome plan. But I think it is really good context setting for our work to understand what Matt's talking about, the data constraints in terms of what can be modeled and what can be measured, and so what the filters are for what is in here, and then what the draft targets already are. Anyway, I just wanted to call that out for people because I personally found it very helpful.
I'm sure Adam and Matt are very happy to hear that. Thanks for that, Christy. Chelsea?
Yeah, thanks. I guess maybe my question's a little redundant at this point, but in the legislation language, the definition of targets seems subject to interpretation. And so I guess I was just wondering if you could speak to, you know, folks on staff at CNRA or CARB, how you all determined to center this process around implementation targets. I think you spoke to it maybe a little bit last time, a little bit now, but just hearing again, how you sort of the logic there around that decision to focus on implementation targets, I think could be really helpful to hear.
Sure. I will start and then hand off to anyone who would like to add. So this was my first time participating in a scoping plan process, and I learned and found it very helpful to learn that much of the modeling that is done to inform the scoping plan is sort of a rough and statewide effort, and that what the implementing agencies do like once the scoping plan has wrapped up, is they often do sort of there's an effort to essentially say, okay, we've got this big target here. How are we going to get there? And then work across other implementing agencies to identify specific implementation targets that will deliver on the larger target in the scoping plan. So our vision was always that once the scoping plan target was set, our job was going to be to work with partners across the state to develop those implementation targets. In some cases, there's, an interest in doing sort of more refined modeling. In other cases, there's analysis that might be needed. I don't know that any other sector has had a deadline for their target setting exercise previously, so that's sort of a new element here. But our goal is to really help shape people's understanding of the level of action that is going to be needed to deliver on the carbon stock target in the scoping plan, and to allow these implementation targets to help people see themselves as part of the solution, allow us to track progress on multiple fronts, and yeah, really to drive measurable action. So I'll stop there and turn it over to anyone else who wants to weigh in on that question.
Maybe I'll jump in real quickly and just say that the most important thing that we can do in this space, and hopefully most everybody here would agree, is to really start implementing on the ground actions that can help us both reduce emissions from lands and also further carbon sequestration and provide a number of other benefits from our nature-based solutions that we need. So implementation really is the most important thing that we can do now. And the effort on the scoping plan is really one of, as Amanda said, providing a high level state vision on how do we achieve carbon neutrality, but we need to move to actual action. And so being able to have some clear guideposts for state and local agencies on the level of action and how we're going to track progress to those actions, and making sure that come 2027, when we do our next update to the scoping plan, we have seen progress in the sector, an increase in deployment of these types of activities, and then we can reassess any kind of carbon stock targets that we have at that time, I think is critical. What I want to avoid getting into is a situation where we're constantly circling around on what the right carbon stock target is, but we're doing it at the detriment of not actually accelerating these actions, whether it comes in, policy changes, regulations, funding, whatever the mechanism may be. We're actually putting some of these products in place in California.
Thank you.
Nathaniel, comment or question?
Yeah, people have been alluding to this, but I'm wondering if maybe you can get a little bit more clarity about how far into the weeds we should get in terms of the implementation component. Are we recommending specific management practices? Are we recommending specific communities or partners, or even broad categories of that? Like how detailed do we need to get? How granular is this?
Well, Amanda, you want to take that, or?
Sure. I was just going to say, I think we'd love to hear from you on what, based on sort of what we've outlined and what we hope these targets will deliver, what you all think makes sense. Because it might actually differ depending on landscape. So we're sort of open to being flexible and understanding that there could be differences across the targets that are recommended. So I think on that one, we would really be looking to you all for your recommendation for how granular we might usefully get.
See if there's any other comments from our state folks. Let's move on for now. Mark?
Yeah, thanks. So I spent some time this morning reading the appendix on national working lands, and it is very helpful. It's really great to dig into that. But one of the things that I'm concerned about now is when thinking about ambitious implementation targets like this list here, we could be thinking about this in terms of where do we get the best carbon payout, and what's the best bang for the buck in terms of actions that work for carbon. But we can also be thinking about that crossed by the cost of doing those actions, the either social or economic costs. And I'll note that the chapter, the appendix is 258 pages. 5 of them are spent on economics, and which implies that you guys are mostly scientists and not economists. And I look around at the board, and we're mostly scientists and not economists. And so I think we got to put a pin in thinking about how we integrate efficacy into the recommendations that we make. Because I think the rubber will hit the road better if we are mindful of the relative cost benefits of different actions that we're recommending. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Chelsea.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a sort of, I had a question about thinking about implementation targets. Does everything that we want to set a target for, and maybe you already answered this, but just to clarify, does everything that is on the table for setting targets around, does that need to be modeled? Or is it okay that it's not in the models currently? Just to clarify.
Yeah, I'll confirm it's okay if it's not in the models already. And just for rationale, I would just say, certain practices cannot be modeled. And in some cases, practices that could have been modeled weren't because of resource constraints. So, we look to your expertise to put forward something that is credible, but it does not need to have been modeled.
Can I, and I will also second that, and then just layer in some clarity too, in that welcome feedback on practices that maybe are outside of our current modeling capability or that we didn't do in the scoping plan, because that will also inform work that we can do in anticipation of the next scoping plan, contracts and research and modeling updates that we can maybe put in place to fold those into the broader carbon stock modeling going forward. So certainly, welcome feedback from the committee on what those practices are, what some of the kind of range of action we should be considering, and then scientific literature or other modeling tools for us to evaluate that, as part of this next update to the scoping plan in 2027.
Great. So next up we have Lori, and then Carrie, and then Debbie, and then Will. Lori?
Well, just briefly, it seems to me as if one of the jobs that I and my co-conspirators, who are all unindicted, can usefully do is a summary of where we really want to target our actions for the meetings that we have remaining, because there's one deliverable in January, and then the other things can follow through the rest of the year. And so kind of breaking this down as to what we want to really focus on in this calendar year in order to give you recommendations for January, and how much latitude we have might be something that would be useful. So I just want to flag that because the point about these recommendations versus what can be the best things to do, one's very broad, the other's more specific. And then lastly, I want to reinforce that we had a lot of consensus in our last meeting about climate impacts, not just carbon impacts. And so I just want to put that wrapper, that context back into our conversation, because these targets get expressed in terms of carbon, but we want to have it in that climate perspective.
Thanks, Lori. Carrie.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to elevate Mark's comment about the social costs and the economic costs, that might be an option where we can invite in experts from within the state agencies and also from potentially the academic world or elsewhere to provide input on that from nonprofits. And then my other comment is just that I wanted to endorse Lori's comment about broadening the climate impacts and thinking through, not just through the lens of carbon, but for being within agricultural research, thinking through the impacts of nitrogen, although we would translate it into carbon equivalents, but just thinking through that as well. But thank you. I just am appreciating this conversation and the comments made by everybody.
Great. Matt Botel, do you want to respond? Is that?
Yeah, I just want to just throw the idea out there, and maybe this is something for the as Lori put it, the co-conspirators to think through. Welcome that conversation, and we'd be happy to bring in some of the staff that we had that were looking at various costs of implementation practices and how we arrived at some of the direct costs associated with these implementation targets that are on this slide in the scoping plan process, and then have just a more detailed discussion on the overall costs of action. I think for the committee to consider would be like, when do you have that discussion? Does it come after you have a debate on what the right implementation targets are for various land types and what metrics are, and then you come in and you ask the question, how much will this cost? Or is it more like in the early stages and say, like, what are some of the economic costs of these actions before we even consider like the level of action that we want to set? So just something for you guys to think about. It's like, what place and time does that discussion happen? And for the scoping plan, we focused on carbon and environmental benefits as for target setting, and then we did the econ analysis on those targets that we identified. So it was more on the back end, but that doesn't have to be the order that you guys do it here.
I think next up was Debbie and then Will. Debbie?
Thanks. Yeah. So a lot of this discussion has been about implementation and targets related to implementation. And I had a conversation with some of the folks with the Monterey Cattlemen Association, County Cattlemen Association, and one of their suggestions was having someone on the committee from the NRCS, the Natural Resources Conservation Service. I don't know if we're at a point where committee members could potentially still be added, but if so, that was their suggestion. And what NRCS does, they are, in terms of the working land side of things, they are kind of like the implementation side of things in terms of providing technical and financial resources to ranchers to do this implementation. So it seems like NRCS could potentially be a pretty big player with whatever the outcome is of this committee's recommendation. So it might potentially be valuable to have them on the committee. They also, they don't have, total costs to implement some of these practices, but they do have practices that they implement, and they have a list of how much they pay. It's usually a cost share where NRCS pays for some practice that the rancher or farmer pays for part of the practice. And so they might be able to help on the cost piece to some extent as well. So I just kind of want to throw out that NRCS could be really important in this larger conversation as well, if not potentially having someone on the committee.
Thank you, Debbie. Will, you're up next.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of to support Lori's, and I think Carrie also said it, that we should concentrate on climate impact. Because, for example, increasing organic agriculture will likely increase nitrous oxide emissions. It might be a great thing for society to have greater, better quality food, but there's for every give there's a take, and the models right now don't do organic agriculture very good at all, if at all. So anyway, I support the climate impact part of the discussion.
Thanks, Will. Lori and Carrie, see your hands up. Lori, let's go to you first.
Sorry, I think that was a holdover.
Okay. Are you a holdover, Carrie?
This is probably putting a placeholder in for a downstream discussion to think about once we identify what we would like to cover. Like through this discussion, we've talked about a lot of topics, but then also thinking about conveyance of the product. Like, what are we delivering in what form? What's the most effective way of us communicating that to the stakeholders that would be interested in this material? So I think that that's something that we would do later, but this discussion makes me think of how would we best deliver a lot of these comments, or our words about implementation, our guidance, you know. And then the other comment about NRCS is that there are colleagues that I could reach out to through the USDA Climate Hub Network, and I'm sure that the state also has many contacts in that agency, that perhaps it would be beneficial to have them come to one of our meetings if we have an effort about resources for implementation and costs and social costs. But again, I don't want to get too much in the weeds on that.
Yeah, Carrie, just to respond quickly, I think these are good comments and I'm hearing some themes, and I just want to remind committee folks that we can, of course, invite experts and other people in this space to join us for conversations and briefings and things like that at any point. So keep that in mind. And then I do think at some point, whether it's this meeting at the end, but coming back to that deliverable discussion and revisiting Lori's comment about also kind of mapping out some sort of deliverable or how the next meetings look to get to January 1, 2024 would be helpful. So maybe we can kind of wrap in those discussions around deliverables and content towards the end of this meeting as well. Will, is your hand up from before? Do you have a response?
Yes, yes, it is.
Great. Matt Holmes.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Carrie for bringing up the this idea of curating technical expertise, and that we really don't have a lot of time. We only have a handful of meetings between now and the end of the year, and it may be determined by their availability. So maybe the first step is, what genres of expertise does this group want to interact with, since you're all experts anyways. And I would just raise my hand for us considering that most vulnerable communities are experts in their own right, and there's a handful of folks that are most likely to be flooded. Got $400 million for flood protections in California, and none of them are heading to Conway Homes, most vulnerable flood point in all of California. So people know a lot in places like that, and maybe that can be integrated with this Environmental Justice Advisory Committee overlap meeting, where this group of folks can understand vulnerability as we make decisions. And sometimes we're going to run into things where the modeling isn't solid and our know-how isn't solid. I just want to say to everybody here, it's totally appropriate for us to skew investment and direct attention to most vulnerable people, targeted universalism. We help the people that are at most risk. It saves us the most trouble. It's also the right thing to do.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, are there any other questions or comments, or maybe I'll put our three chairs, conveners on the spot if you want to share any reflections or synthesis of this conversation to keep us focused. And then we will move on to public comment.
Good, Lori, I see your hand up.
Oh, I'm what I've taken away from this is, number one, we need to focus on implementation. Number two, we can take these broad statewide target categories and break them down into things that are far more actionable by where we think we can get the most bang for the buck, shall we say. Of course, there's always the costs of inaction that have to be looked at in any kind of cost element. But three, we're going to assemble a list of potential folks to have come in and talk with us on a variety of topics, whether that is more in the ag space or in the environmental justice space. have to look at that. We're going to come back at the next meeting. We're going to talk and come back at the next meeting with a kind of a structure for deliverables, if you will. So that's what at the very high level, I came through with this. And of course, with Will and a few other people's backing, we're going to always have this in a climate wrapper, not just a carbon wrapper.
What I also heard is that there is opportunity to be aspirational in some of the scenarios or the recommendations that come out of this, because we are looking to the future for the future scoping plans, not just this one at hand. And so we can think about building capacity, not only working within our current framework. And that is also my perception of what we heard about the modeling. It's helpful to know we are not necessarily constrained by what's out there right now, but that we can plan for future efforts.
I think Lori and Carrie covered it great. I don't know if I have anything else to add.
Great. Thanks. Thanks for letting me put you three on the spot. That was a really helpful discussion for me. Nice to hear kind of your things and what's bubbling up for all of you. I now want to spend a few minutes inviting any members of the public to share thoughts and reflections specifically on item 3. So what we were just talking about on revisiting our February 10th discussion around target setting and the role of the committee in helping to recommend and map out implementation targets to hit that legislative deadline. Christina Wolf.
Yeah, can you frame this within the context of the 5th climate assessment that is also being conducted, and just how the EAC's efforts and recommended targets are going to be utilized to inform that assessment?
Yeah, it's a good question, Christina. We haven't had that discussion too much yet, but luckily a few of us that are on the line here are quite involved in the 5th California Climate Assessment. We are currently in the process of developing climate change scenarios that will be out later this year. And the Resources Agency will also be putting out a RFP in a few months requesting applications to fund unique research addressing some of the gaps across our scientific understanding in California. And there are, gaps specifically related to natural and working lands. So there might be some new research that is funded that will be relevant to this committee. I will say that timelines are a little bit off just because the 5th climate assessment, we won't even have climate projections and scenarios until later this year. And then research won't really start until later this year into the next couple years. But we will keep thinking about opportunities to connect this work with, the work of the climate assessment, the work of the state to update our next climate adaptation strategy. And of course, as per the legislation, the work to make sure this is all reflected in the next natural and working lands climate smart strategy and the next scoping plan. So I think many of us are keen to find those connections, and hopefully that starts to answer your question a bit, and happy to talk more with you offline about that.
Thank you.
Jim Wilson, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much. Jim Wilson, Napa. I'm with 350 Bay Area, Napa Climate Now. I teach in the schools. I'm a retired quality professional and risk manager. And so much of what we're doing here with, targeting ways to, say, preserve and enhance a near-term net carbon sink goes with, I think, the imperatives of AR6 that was just published, the synthesis report we just talked about. And I want to know, when it comes to metrics, how can we choose wisely around where we focus our energy and our money? And one way to do that might be not only, emissions reductions in terms of greenhouse gases and black carbon, say, but also, radiative forcing. And I know we're still working on systematizing that internationally, but I mean, there are protocols for, say, managing and, say, reducing radiative forcing, which is really where the action is. And I would say that according to the one slide you put up a while ago, it did show offshore forests. California has sea grasses and ocean, kelp forests, and we don't hear too much about those. But in terms of that algae, those could be a tremendous help for, I'd say, rapid near-term drawdown. And I'd finally like you to point to Monica Noon's recent work around irrecoverable carbon. Here in Napa County, each of the jurisdictions, including the county and now more recently Napa County Resource Conservation District, have declared climate emergencies, individual jurisdictional climate emergencies, all with the pledge to achieve net zero climate pollution by or before 2030. And so right now we're going around preparing an RFP that's going to ask for not only a 2045, climate action plan, but a 2030 climate action plan, like a number of other areas are globally. And so I'd ask that we talk about irrecoverable carbon in the context of what Monica Noon's studies have shown. Some of these ecosystems, when say lost, are irrecoverable because there's no way to recover that carbon in the time we have to avoid irreversible climate tipping points. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Any other members of the public that wish to provide public comment related to item 3? And I think you all may have gotten the hang of this, but you can raise your hand and unmute and come on video and share your public comment. Okay, I'm not seeing any. There is another opportunity for public comment at the end of item 4, and this is an opportunity to, of course, comment on item 4, but just provide any general public comment. So we'll have quite a bit of space for that later in the agenda if you'd like to share anything with this group while we have them. Okay, so if there's nothing else, I'm going to move us on to the next item. And I know that we're at this for a while, so I think my suggestion here is we hear from the first 3 speakers, Jennifer Norris, John Melvin, Patrick Wright, and we'll have a break for committee discussion, and then we'll take a quick break and then hear from the remaining speakers, if that sounds right to everyone. So this is item 4. This is where, again, you'll hear from our fellow state colleagues on the line that are working really closely on specific land types across California, or, land type wide efforts like 30 by 30, conserving 30% of lands by 2030. So we are going to hear first from Jennifer Norris, who is the Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity at the California Natural Resources Agency, John Melvin, who is with CAL FIRE, and Patrick Wright, who is also with the California Natural Resources Agency. John will cover developed lands, and Patrick will cover forest and shrublands. After those 3, this is an opportunity again for the committee to ask any clarifying questions or share reflections based on those 3 presentations. Then we'll have a quick break, and then we'll dive into the remaining state speakers. And again, this is an opportunity for our state colleagues to share work that is happening that is related to the charge of this committee and AB 1757. So related goals, targets, or policies that we want to make sure you all are aware of. So this will be quite a bit of information, but I'm sure it will be really exciting information, and we will share the slides afterwards, so you can dig into those and look up any things that our colleagues referenced throughout their presentation. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jen Norris, if she's still planning to join us.
I'm here. Hi, Jen.
Great. Hey, Jen.
Can you hear me? All right. I have a lot of slides, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on each one, so don't be frightened. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jennifer Norris. As said, I'm Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat, and among my duties is leading California's initiative to conserve 30% of our lands and coastal waters by 2030, or 30 by 30 California. Oh, I have to say next slide because you're doing the slides. Next slide. 30 by 30 was a commitment made by executive order in the fall of 2020 by Governor Newsom. We are more or less leading the world in this initiative. Next slide. We're the first entity to have a comprehensive strategic approach to how we will achieve 30 by 30, but I should tell you that this is now part of a global movement. There was a global biodiversity framework signed in December, and 190 countries committed to 30 by 30 as well. And so it's very exciting for the planet, and California is very proud to be in the lead here. Next slide. This is it's a simple idea with lots of unpacking, so I'm going to unpack just a tiny bit. So the purpose of our conservation work, the reason we want to conserve 30% is for three key objectives. At its core, 30 by 30 is about protecting and restoring biodiversity across the planet, setting aside 30% of nature so that nature can thrive. But we know that when we protect places, we can also expand access to nature. And then, of course, use those lands in the ways that you're talking about today to both draw down carbon and also build resilience for our communities and our ecosystems to the effects of climate change. So those three objectives are in mind, and they're identified in more detail in our document, and I'll talk about those more in a second. Next slide. Just for awareness, we're really focused on doing this work in a way that is different from the past, so not conserving lands that are far away and that are only accessible by a few. Really interested in, when we think about this conservation effort, to advance justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Very importantly, to strengthen our tribal partnerships, look for opportunities to give land back or co-manage lands, but also demonstrate that we can have economic prosperity, we can have a clean energy future, and of course, be the breadbasket to the world while we conserve nature. And California's, again, been leading on this for centuries, and we expect to continue to do so. Next slide. The most important part of the 30 by 30 initiative for everyone who's involved is how are you defining conservation? And I will tell you that there are definitions all over the world and they all vary, but California's is pretty strong. This is ours: land and coastal water areas that are durably protected and managed to sustain functional ecosystems, both intact and restored, and the diversity of life that they support. The key pieces of this definition are that durability. And when we're talking about durability, we're talking about lands that are owned by a government or other similar entity for the purpose of protecting that space for conservation, for biodiversity, or they're done through some administrative rulemaking that is very hard to undo. So it's not just sort of a temporary situation. It's this: these places are generally off limits to future conversion. And then at its core, our definition focuses on making sure that those lands and waters are protected in a way that they can thrive in their natural state. Next slide. So when we apply this definition across California, and we actually have a pretty amazing database that allows us to do this analysis, we find that 24% of our lands already meet this definition and 16% of our coastal waters. This includes a fairly broad array of landscape types. The dedicated conservation areas that you would think of, like a national park and a wildlife refuge, but also many of our recreation spaces and open spaces, like think about East Bay Regional Parks or the hills outside of Los Angeles, but also a fair amount of our working lands as well, primarily in the Central Valley, but throughout the state on some of our forests and a lot of our ranches. They're under permanent conservation easement to protect vernal pools is a good example I like to use, wetland ecosystems, and those types of lands that are under permanent easement for conservation, they also count. In our coastal waters right now, only our marine protected area network meets our definition, but we're in the process of looking for other opportunities to, bring other coastal areas into the definition through either enhanced conservation on national marine sanctuaries or through indigenous marine stewardship areas. We note that all conservation is important, and this is important for you all. Any climate smart land management effort, in my view, also benefits biodiversity. If you're planting hedgerows, if you're planting trees, if you're just improving systems, even if it's in a temporary way, that helps our broader agenda. And we recognize that work and we lift it up through a lot of our efforts and also through our document. Next slide. Excuse me. So the way we're going to achieve 30 by 30, excuse me, is really through a decentralized approach, and it's a portfolio approach. So number one in our pathways to 30 by 30 is that we want this conservation work to happen regionally through local and regional groups that, and this is traditionally how it's been done, that come together and identify the most important places to protect that meet our definition. We want to provide resources and technical support for that to happen. And then there's a suite of other ways it gets done, whether it's land acquisition or easements, or we enhance the conservation of lands that are already held by governments. Think about our mitigation in a more strategic way. Obviously, restoration is really important, and so on. So we have a suite of actions that's going to get us there. We need about 6 million acres on land and about 500,000 acres in the coastal water areas to reach our goal by 2030. Next slide. So just to dig a little bit deeper in what we're talking about as you're thinking about helping us set targets, and we would really welcome some advice on, where places can most help advance our climate agenda. When we're thinking about biodiversity, we're really interested in protecting the full diversity of California's ecosystems. We're interested in really rare or remnant habitat types. We want large interconnected landscapes that are either adjacent to or linked to existing conserved areas. We're interested in restoration. There are a lot of places in the state, and I think about wetlands in particular, where we're down to just 1 or 2% of a particular ecosystem, so restoration will be important. We're interested in places that have high richness, endemism, meaning a species is found nowhere else, or it's particularly rare. We're interested in ensuring that there's movement and that there are climate refugia for native species. And then thinking about places that are bioculturally significant for native people in particular. Next slide. And we also have priorities for how we'll use lands to mitigate and adapt to climate change. So we're really interested, and this is where you come in lands that are going to help us remove and store carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. We want to look at places that can buffer climate impacts and help protect climate vulnerable communities and ecosystems. We're interested in places that will serve as refugia, and then places that are going to provide habitat connectivity as species and ecosystems and humans need to move. Next slide. And then so we talked about regional conservation, and the way we see this really playing out, just to unpack a little bit more, is through these existing programs that are already delivering conservation across the state. We're working with a suite of programs to help incorporate our priorities so that these regional organizations can find funding and achieve their goals. So just a flavor of the kinds of things we're funding right now with the Wildlife Conservation Board has a suite of programs that will help us achieve 30 by 30. Next slide. There's programs at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Our California Natural Resources Agency has a new tribal nature-based solutions program just to specifically target assistance for tribes that want to participate. Next slide. And then we want to use our state conservancies to help us drive this agenda. So really, starting from the big goal and moving more locally through these programs to get our work done. Next slide. And then I just want to share a little bit about some of the online tools that we've developed that are going to help these partners identify the most important places. This is CA Nature GIS. I'm going to walk you through really fast, but this will be available on our website if you want to go play with maps. Next slide. So on this website, we have, as I said, online digital maps of all the places that are already conserved that meet our definition. You can zoom in and out and see where those are. You can overlay those with habitat types and get a sense of, you know, how well represented different systems are. Next slide. So for example, you can zoom in on, I picked on Yolo County, which isn't the most exciting county, but it's a good example. You can see that about 10% of Yolo County meets our definition and how those conserved areas are distributed across different land types. Next slide. Oh, sorry, there's animation. And then you can also zoom in and see, you know, how does biodiversity distribute itself across the landscape? And if you're looking at a particular region, you can zoom in on where there might be aquatic significant habitat or an opportunity for terrestrial connectivity. I highlight this terrestrial climate resilience layer. That's something that the Department of Fish and Wildlife has developed based on vegetation types that may be more or less resilient to climate change. It's a little bit of an old analysis. I think that could be updated, but it is another layer that's something to consider. Next slide. And as I said, you can do a sort of look at, you know, what percentage of the county is protected and then what kinds of ecosystems are protected in this place. So you can get a sense that, you know, only 9% of herbaceous cover in Yolo County is currently protected. And if that's an important ecosystem for protecting a particular species, you can run that analysis and maybe say, that's a place we should invest a little more time or energy. Next slide. And then we have fairly simple right now. We'd love to add more information, a climate explorer that allows us to look at temperature and precipitation projections. Again, you can zoom in on particular areas and see how they're going to look under different scenarios. Next slide. Similarly, this is temperature, and then we have sea level rise. So these are all in this system, which will allow us, our partners primarily, to identify sort of these most important places that meet our objectives and will help us achieve 30 by 30. And then through this system, we'll continue to track our progress toward the goal and sort of look statewide to see how we're doing in terms of meeting our objectives. And I'll just stop there so no other people have to talk.
Thanks, Jen. So Jen and her colleague Madeline, I think, will stay on the line until the end of this group of presentations. So save your questions for Jen, and we'll move on to John and then Patrick, and then we'll have some space for questions and discussion. So John Melvin, thank you for joining us.
Pleased to be here. Thanks for having me. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of particular area of developed lands that I have expertise, and I can probably answer questions on some other areas of developed lands as well, should those come up. My title is Assistant Deputy Director for Resource Protection and Improvement. Next slide, please. So I'd like to give a little bit of background on who I am before I talk, so you can kind of understand where I'm coming from, what my perspective might be. I currently oversee 12 programs for CAL FIRE, and they're listed here. You can see urban and community forestry is one of those, and that is where a good deal of my background working for CAL FIRE was prior to my current role, all the way from the field level up through program management. Next slide, please. I do have some wordy slides, so I apologize for that. I'm not going to touch on every word, obviously, but I wanted to make sure that you had this information as you do your work. So with that in mind, I will kind of fly through some of this. The Urban and Community Forestry Program at CAL FIRE is governed by a really broad and well-written piece of legislation. How often do you get to hear that said? That's been around since 1978 and updated a few times. It's the Urban Forestry Act, and it's a small piece of public resources code. And it requires CAL FIRE to be the agency to carry out the intent of the act. And Amongst those things, you see the long list of sub-bullets here relating to trees and vegetation in urban areas, and urban areas as defined by the census. So pretty broad. We can move on to the next slide, but you also might note that it's any other matter related to the Urban Forestry Act. And so these are some of the shalls in the Public Resources Code that we have to establish local urban tree canopy cover targets, which we are in the process of doing. We have to assume the primary responsibility for carrying out the intent of the act throughout state government, so we serve a coordination role in that way. We view that as part of our charge. And we have full agent of the state powers to cooperate with federal agencies, which we do regularly. Next slide. And we do have a statutory definition for urban forestry. It is the cultivation and management of native and introduced trees and related vegetation in urban areas for their present and potential contribution to the economic, physiological, sociological, and ecological well-being of urban society. And so we take that a step further in the program. We are the most urban state in the union by definition, with 95% of our population being less than 5% of our land area. And many of the people who live in these urban areas don't really have a frame of reference for a lot of the other work that you're talking about doing in the world of conservation and climate mitigation and climate resilience. And so this is a way to show people stewardship and conservation where they live, where it affects them every day. And we take that very seriously within the program. Next slide, please. So a little overview of the program at CAL FIRE, and I'll move on to some other programs as well. It's currently a program with 12 permanent staff. It's a little bit of a unique model in that we use subject matter experts to deliver the program, both the grants and technical assistance and expert advice. And currently, the program has funding for school greening, but in recent years, these are the types of projects that we have offered as grants. Urban forest expansion and improvement, which is things like tree planting, maintenance of those young trees, the education outreach associated with them, those types of things. Management activities, such as working with jurisdictions on improving their policies, developing management plans, taking inventory of what they directly work with day in and day out on publicly owned property. And that can be everything from trees along streets to in open spaces that are part of the urban area or immediately adjacent to it. So, setting up a good foundation for better management, more systematic management in urban areas. Then education and workforce development. So educating people about urban forestry, both from a public standpoint as well as from a practitioner standpoint. And then workforce development, there's a lack of people to do this work, believe it or not. And so hoping to change that. And then we try and bring it full circle with urban wood and biomass utilization. For the longest period of time, most trees that were removed in cities for one reason or another went to landfills, which is pretty ridiculous considering we import a lot of those same species from all over the world. We have over 800 species of trees represented within California's urban forests because we can grow pretty much anything in California within reason. We're trying to get away from that to some degree. But utilizing that product when it has to come down for some other valid reason is really important to show people that it's not just that vegetation and trees in urban areas serve a purpose, but at some point they become a liability and they need to be removed, but it can be used for more. And then we need to replace that resource. So showing that stewardship and that circular economy where people live is really important. And then school greening is something that we've done as parts of other grants for a long time, but this year there is a very large investment in specifically greening school campuses with lower albedo surfaces, vegetation of all kinds. It can be community gardens, it can be outdoor learning spaces, can be tree planting, all those types of things would qualify. And that's actually an open solicitation right now. The program's administered over 550 grants since 2010 statewide for various purposes. It does receive a little bit of annual funding from the USDA Forest Service and has made a large ask for Inflation Reduction Act funding for a similar purpose. We don't know the outcome of that yet. It does have its own Directors Chartered Advisory Committee, the California Urban Forestry Advisory Committee, and they develop the 5-year strategic plan for the program every 5 years. And we work in that program in kind of broad partnership with folks at the local level in particular, because that's where the work happens. So we view the role of that program as enabling that local work, whether it be through funding, through technical advice, whether it be through advocacy for local policy. All of that is fair game. Next slide, please. So just a few pictures of the kinds of things that we're talking about. We have a school greening project here on the upper left. This is the cover of the City of Atwater Urban Forest Master Plan that was funded by CAL FIRE. And what's nice about those is that we require that those be officially adopted by City Council and adhered to in order to achieve funding. So it has some teeth to it. It's not just a plan that's going to sit on a shelf. You can see in the upper right a portable sawmill and kiln that's set up in South Sacramento as part of Urban Wood Rescue, which is a project of the Sacramento Tree Foundation, where they mill trees removed from the streets of Sacramento or from people's yards, and they sell it back to the public at a reasonable cost, for whether it be to artisans or the city itself, taking some of that wood for things like picnic tables, park benches, what have you. You see one of our regional urban foresters doing a demonstration on how to properly plant a tree in an urban area. You can see the carbon log at the same Urban Wood Rescue site, where they've put into very clear display, what 4 metric tons of carbon equivalent looks like in the form of a log. And then you have a typical community tree planting event, some folks posing next to the tree they planted. Next slide, please. So I wanted to touch on some goals beyond the Urban Forestry Act. Within the Urban Forestry Act, there's a new goal as of last year with the passage of AB 2144, a 10% urban tree canopy increase by 2035. The interpretation of that will be very important. A 10% increase would be going from the current urban tree canopy cover level of around 15% statewide, which is highly unevenly distributed, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, to 25%, which hopefully means there would be billions of dollars for that, because that's how much it would cost. I think a more reasonable interpretation and the way that the language actually reads would mean a 10% increase over current levels. And so that is quantifiable both in acreage and as a percentage of total land area. But within the 22 scoping plan, the extreme heat action plan, the wildfire and forest resilience task force, strategies and actions, the forest carbon plan, and next slide, and the National Working Lands Climate Smart strategy, there are a number of applicable goals set that this program, amongst others, would be participating in. And so all of those are on the radar of the CAL FIRE Urban and Community Forestry Program and the advisory committee that serves it. And I'm sure they're on the minds of other programs as well. Next slide, please. The California Urban Forestry Advisory Committee 5-year plan for the program is available online on the CAL FIRE website under the Urban and Community Forestry Program, and it has some aspirational goals and some objectives. And these these get adjusted every 5 years or so, but it guides the day-to-day actions of the program and is a very collaborative process. And so that might be useful in your discussions at some point as well. Next slide, please. Some allied programs and complementary programs that we've done work with or have are aware of their work. The Urban Greening Program at the Natural Resources Agency. We work fairly closely with them to make sure that our programs are being complementary and we're leveraging what each other do. Same with the Environmental Enhancement and Mitigation Program that's a co-effort of the California Transportation Commission and the Natural Resources Agency. And then the Transformative Climate Communities program that is run by the Department of Conservation on behalf of the Strategic Growth Council. Also, we provide some technical assistance for applicants to that program or those awarded grants to help them implement urban forestry portions of their projects. Next slide. And then the Urban Streams program at the Department of Water Resources, obviously that's a very complementary program. We typically, within the Urban and Community Forestry program, don't delve into the realm of urban riparian areas as much because we know that there's a program that does that. That doesn't mean we can't or won't, but we typically would refer them to Water Resources for that. We have some interactions with Caltrans Clean California. We have a project one project that comes to mind is in San Francisco, where Clean California essentially purchased a parcel between or near downtown San Francisco along I-80, which is then CAL FIRE is funding to become a tree nursery where the local nonprofit will be able to grow trees for planting out in disadvantaged communities throughout the city. So, so that's a good co-effort. We also work with Cal Volunteers. We actually just got word that we'll be hosting 2 climate action fellows within the urban forestry program to help us with some initiatives. And we do work fairly closely with the California Conservation Corps and the local corps. Next slide, please. Some of the barriers. The program, our program has been around since 1978 with enabling legislation, but has never had permanent staff funding, which is always a challenge. But by the same token, we've managed to stay afloat and have a program since 1978 with no permanent funding. So you can view that for what it is, one way or the other. School greening grants, like I mentioned, are very well funded, and it's very exciting work and extremely important work for some of our most vulnerable people in the state. But it will not help us achieve the goal of increasing tree canopy cover on a more broad basis. It will on a very local basis, but not beyond that. And so that will limit the ability to achieve some of the other goals you saw that are set out for us in other plans and other state actions above. So state policies are often pretty inflexible about the ability to expand programs to take advantage of federal funding. So there's a large investment happening at the federal level with the Inflation Reduction Act. We may or may not be able to expand the program to take full advantage of that. It remains to be seen. There's a lot of challenges at the local level as well with the priority level of this kind of work. It's still not seen as infrastructure at the local level, and really we should see the green portion of our cities as part of the infrastructure. It's providing services that people really need, and increasingly so with the need for increased resilience in the face of climate change. So local ordinances and policies are often outdated. They're not extensive. We're trying to change that by funding grants to help with that and by getting involved at the local level. They often don't follow best management practices, which is another thing that we're trying to hold them to with our grants, but also through advice and action at the local level. And they're often underfunded or not prioritized. And so a big part of that is local maintenance. We don't fund local maintenance other than for things that we're paying for with a grant, and that's because we don't want to reduce that local capacity. We have seen in the past, if we fund things like maintenance, that then city maintenance budgets are cut as a result of a state grant, and that's not something we want to be a part of. And in fact, we're directed in the Urban Forestry Act not to do that. And then oftentimes state granting policies can make it difficult to adequately serve disadvantaged communities. Things like advances, we're trying something new this year. We have the ability to do advances for up to 25% of a grant total. We're going to try and do smaller advances, but on a rolling basis, so that we're never more than that 25% limit, but that we're advancing 10% at a time. If they can clear half the advance, we'll issue another advance. And that way we can create more of a cash flow to increase capacity of some smaller jurisdictions and organizations. We also struggle, as most state departments do, I think, with prompt payment of invoices. It's a very difficult process to get invoices paid in a timely manner. Hopefully the advances help with that, but we're looking to find efficiencies within our own agency and elsewhere to make sure that people are getting paid in a timely manner. And then limits on the ability to build local capacity. Again, there's some inflexibility there, but we're trying some new things to see if we can get past that. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to thank you for your attention. And a few more photos here. Of particular interest is this map that you'll see in very small print down in the bottom right-hand corner. That square in the middle of it is South LA and the area around downtown LA. And the green, the different shades of green are tree canopy cover. And the lightest green color is less than 5% tree canopy cover. The dark green areas in the Hollywood Hills, Beverly Hills, the West Side, those are over 35% tree canopy cover. So there's a great deal of inequity throughout California's urban areas. This is not unique. We have maps like this for all of California's major urban areas. It is not unique that these places don't have urban forest resources, and so that's where we're focusing our work. You may also note the Tree City USA sign here in this presentation. That is a program that CAL FIRE runs. It's a national program, and you may see those signs all over the state when you drive into different jurisdictions. And that's one way that we engage with cities, is to recognize the work they are doing and then work with them to improve the work they're doing. So thank you very much, and I'll stick around for questions later.
So much, John. Right, let's move to the next speaker of this bunch, Patrick. Thanks for teeing that up, Kwesi. Patrick, over to you to introduce yourself and share a bit about forests and shrublands.
All right, thank you. I am Patrick Wright. I'm director of the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force. What I'm going to try to do in the next several minutes is just give you a very brief overview of the task force, and more importantly, dive into how we're planning the future of our forests, the targets that we're planning to use, et cetera. And then hopefully we can use that information to talk about how we can make sure our respective efforts are aligned. Next slide. So just very briefly, as I hope most of you know, we issued our initial Wildfire and Forest Resilience Action Plan in January of 2021. It includes 4 major goals, one focused on forest health, a second on protecting communities, a third on linking our efforts with this one and others to improve the state's economic and environmental goals, and then finally to drive innovation and better measure progress across the board. Next slide. And we've got an executive committee that is made up of cabinet officials at the state level, key officials at the Federal Forest Service, at both the research arm, PSW, and the region itself. We have Jennifer and Wade as co-chairs to make sure that we've got alignment between the state and federal agencies, strong local participation with the high-ranking folks from both CSAC and RCRC, and a tribal rep, all meant to demonstrate that to get where we need to go, it's going to take a coordinated effort at all 4 of these levels in addition to the private sector. Next slide. We have meetings that are every other month. We alternate between the regions and Sacramento. In fact, we have a Sacramento meeting coming up in 2 days. And then we'll be heading out to our Central Coast meeting. I'll talk a little bit more about the meaning of those regional meetings in a second, but this is just sort of an indication of how regionally oriented and focused that we are. Next slide. I'm going to go through this slowly. This is our big picture roadmap of how we're basically organizing the work that's underway. It all starts, as you can see at the beginning there, with our action plan, which includes 99 very specific actions with lead agencies. So our initial thrust was obviously to be laser focused on making sure those 99 actions are being implemented. Then over on the left, you see a series of joint strategies. This is where we're trying to align federal, state, local, and tribal efforts in several different areas to get them all on the same page with respect to prescribed fire, with respect to reforestation, and on down the line. Reforestation is a good example where you've got a Forest Service program, a CAL FIRE program, a private program to develop the seeds, the nurseries, the cones, all siloed. So what we're trying to do with all these strategies is get them all on the same page with joint strategies in each of those areas. And many of those joint strategies are the same strategies that then show up in the natural the natural and working land strategy as well. Those really form the backbone of our state strategies. And then on the bottom, what you see is a big emphasis on data and trying to ramp up our systems to track what we're doing, to evaluate what we're doing, and to develop toolkits. And then finally, on the right side, we're going regional in a major way by giving our regional entities toolkits so that they can more effectively and more rapidly plan and prioritize projects. Currently, if you're a RCD in a region, or you're a county or a fire safe council, you're thinking, what are my goals? Let's spend 2 years in a collaborative process to set goals. How are we going to assess the health of our landscapes? Let's go out and hopefully get a grant over the next several years to assess the health of our landscapes. Let's figure out a way to put together a monitoring program. If we go the normal approach, that process takes a decade. What we're trying to do is give these collaboratives out there tools they can hit the ground running right away. Relax, you don't have to go find LiDAR, you don't have to go find all these resources. We will give you a regional resource kit that will tell you what the most common metrics are of forest health in your area, a decision support system, an assessment of your landscape, and a monitoring platform that you can work on. So it's all oriented towards scaling up as fast as we can with a common framework that also respects regional differences. So that's the key to the regional frameworks. And then all of this will come together in 2023, where we're going to model a whole bunch of scenarios regionally that look at different combinations of, say, thinning, prescribed fire, reforestation by region, to try to figure out which of those combinations give us the biggest bang for the buck from, say, a biodiversity perspective, carbon storage perspective, community defense, water, a whole set of metrics to try to evaluate region by region the best mix of strategies moving forward. And then all of that will come together in the very center of the diagram with an action plan update, where the regional strategies, the data, and the statewide strategies will all be put together into one overarching plan. It's a tall order, but we're basically convinced that we need to transform and scale up everything we're doing if we're going to get to where we need to be. So we're transitioning from a project by project basis where hundreds and hundreds of individual projects are being funded through competitive grants to regional strategies that get funded through block grants and by aligning the agencies through these statewide strategies. So that's sort of the overall approach in a nutshell. I'll walk you through just a few of the examples as we move forward. Next slide. Okay, so here's our regional resource kits, the 6 elements that I talked about before. I'll just walk through them quickly so you get a sense of what's in them. Next slide. The first question folks are asking is, what are our goals and how do we define them in a particular regional area? To get at that, we're developing a set of pillars of resilience and metrics that go with them that define, what is forest health, what is community resilience for each area of the state. Next slide. So as an example, here's our pillars. We've got 10 overarching pillars, everything from air quality to wetland integrity to biodiversity to carbon to fire, that help define what our goals are, and then a series of metrics that help to measure those things. Next slide. Next question is, what's the current condition of our landscape based on those pillars and metrics? Next slide. So as an example, we did an assessment of Southern California at our last meeting. with literally dozens of different metrics, everything from what's the probability of high fire severity, as you see there, to gnatcatcher habitat suitability. So these assessment based on the metrics are all going into these regional resource kits that we make available to each of the sub-regional entities in Southern California and the rest of the state. So it's a way to both define our goals and to assess how we're doing against those goals as part of these regional resource kits. Next slide. And then again, here's some metrics from the Sierra Nevada as well. We've got 2 of the kits largely done, one for the Sierra Nevada and one for Southern California. As you can see here in the Sierra, smoke emissions is a big deal, as is total carbon. These are just 2 indicators of many that we're working on to define success in the region. Next slide. Third question. Okay, you've talked about your goals. You've talked about what the region has looked like based on those goals. How do we then more effectively plan and prioritize projects? We're developing a decision support system called Planscape that will help regional collaboratives prioritize and plan their projects, because they'll use the metrics and the assessment information to see in their particular region where the biodiversity hotspots are, where the water systems are, where the wetlands are, so that they can balance their work and their trade-offs against those metrics. Next slide. So again, here's just an example of Planscape. It's a support tool that we hope will be easy for collaborative groups to use to help assess trade-offs and inform their decision making. Next slide. Okay, so you've got your goals. You've got how your landscape stacks up against those goals. You've got a decision support system to help you plan and prioritize. But wait a minute, where are we investing now? We've got a map where we've just learned our priorities are against where our current projects are. Next slide. So we're developing a very comprehensive interagency treatment tracking system that will tell regional and sub-regional groups where all the recently completed and planned projects are. So if you're Forest Service and you're doing a project, you will see, oh, there's a state park project 5 miles away, utility project over here, Caltrans project over there. We've never had this kind of tool before where we can see where all the agencies are investing, where they're completing projects, where they're planning projects, which of course allows them to better coordinate and align their efforts and jointly fund a lot of these projects. This has been a hugely complicated endeavor because you get into lots of double counting and lots of complications over how you track projects. So for instance, if CAL FIRE gives Placer County a grant to do work on Forest Service land, all 3 of them will count it. So we've had to use a spatial system to sort through all that to make sure we get a better handle on what's being done and by whom. So that's our tracking system. Next slide. And then as part of that, we do have a handful of targets that are likely to be updated. The biggest one, of course, is the 1 million acre treatment target that's in a variety of state mandates, executive orders, forest carbon plan, shared stewardship agreement, et cetera. As part of that, our prescribed fire strategic plan calls for 400,000 acres to be treated by 2025, and CAL FIRE itself has a target of 100,000 acres, which it has already met. So CAL FIRE is, given the investments we've made, is already ahead of the curve. We also have a number of community-oriented targets. 250,000 defensible space inspections is sort of the major one that CAL FIRE has. Many of these are going to be updated as part of our updated action plan in 2024. So we only have a very limited range of activity targets right now. And even the 1 million acre target may be changed. We're getting, as you can imagine, a lot of feedback that it's not about the number of acres you're treating. It's about the benefits you're getting. Clearly, we want to transition. At the same time, not unlike 30 by 30, it is useful to have an activity target that suggests the scale of work that we need to get to. So while it's not perfect, it does indicate that we need to scale up quite a bit. Next slide. And then finally, the question would be, once you've had all the other planning and prioritization tools in your regional resource kit, How do we measure the effectiveness of those investments? Again, like everything else, it's been scattered agency by agency. Next slide. So what we're trying to do is work collectively with the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, other agencies to come up with a coordinated monitoring and evaluation system. This is, of course, a highly simplified version of it. You've got field data where you're tracking the effectiveness of individual projects often, and you've got remote sensing and satellite data that's looking at landscape, the effectiveness of landscape treatments over time. We're using both at the project level and the landscape level. As you can see, these are just 4 of our pillars, but we're going to be trying to monitor and evaluate against not just forest health, but water, carbon, biodiversity, air quality, a whole series of the pillars and metrics that we talked about. All of that gets fed into our, what we're calling our data hub, which then can be used to further inform future projects down the road. So the point of all this is to show that it's all integrated. The planning and tracking, the prioritization, the assessments, the decision support and monitoring and evaluation are all linked as part of this system. Whereas before, candidly, most of the agencies have been developing their own systems in silos. So it's a big job to try to pull all this together. But we've got a fair amount of resources devoted to making sure that we've got an integrated system that will work over time. Next slide. And then finally, okay, great, you've got all this stuff. How do we make it available to people? Next slide. We've got the Sierra Nevada and Southern California profiles and resource kits already up and running. You can go to our website. You can find all the data that I've talked about, all the metrics, all the tools. It's all there. We're going to be going to the Central Coast in May, working with the Central Coast environmental and conservation community and scientists to develop the toolkit for the Central Coast, and then up to the North Coast in the fall to do something similar. And as I said before, then next year we tie it all together as part of an update of our plan. So it's very much a work in progress. We've got broad-based support in both the Sierra Nevada and Southern California for these resource kits, and certainly hope to build on that in the other 2 regions. Next slide. And again, here's another too complicated graphic of our Forest Data Hub that talks about how all this information is going to be pooled together so anybody can access it, whether it's for planning, whether it's for monitoring, evaluation, et cetera. Next slide. And then finally, this is sort of the overall schedule, as I keep mentioning. We've got the 4 regional meetings. 2 of them are behind us. We've got the joint strategies that are still underway that we hope to finish them by the end of this year. We're now developing a set of statewide and regional scenarios that I mentioned before to give us a better handle on the most effective mix of measures. The data hub is also being built as we speak. And then finally, all of that will culminate in the development of our update of our action plan in the spring of we hope, of 2024. And then my last slide next, or second to the last. We get asked all the time, how are you coordinating your efforts with all these related state efforts like natural and working lands and 30 by 30 and climate adaptation? This is a very rough schematic of some of those other major initiatives. As you can see in the 2022 column, we had 3 major plans released. We had the Forest Service's 10-year strategy, the natural and working lands, the climate smart strategy, and the scoping plan, shortly following our action plan. We've got sort of a gap of this year to get our act together. And then in 2024, there's a series of updates that are due. We've got the climate smart strategies targets that you're well aware of. CAL FIRE has a forest and range assessment that's due. We've got an update that we're going to pull together, and the CNRA climate adaptation plan is due. So we've got a big job to make sure these various efforts are aligned. We're hoping that the scenarios and the tools that we've talked about will form a common framework or baseline that can help inform all of those updates so that you don't have the climate adaptation folks or the natural working lands folks or other folks using different scenarios, different data, different metrics. We're hoping to come up with a common set of tools and metrics that all of these various statewide and federal plans can draw upon. And then finally, I think we just have a contact slide for folks that want more information. You can just go to our website, obviously, and keep up to date on how all this is going. So that's a lot of information, I realize, in a short amount of time, but certainly happy to hang on and follow up with any of you who are interested in learning more about what we're up to and how it relates to today's conversations. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Patrick. Let's open it up now to the committee for some discussion. So we have 20 to 30 minutes for questions, comments, reflections from the committee. Then we'll take a quick break and we'll do the rest of the presentations, the committee discussion again, and then some time for public comment at the end of this whole item. So committee members, any questions or thoughts so far? I see a couple hands. So Chelsea, you're up first.
Wow. Well, I just first want to say thank you to everyone for presenting. We just heard about an impressive amount of work. And so thank you for sharing all that information with us. My question, I think I'll direct to Jen. And it's about the California Biodiversity Network roundtables. And these roundtables seem to be important for helping to drive recommendations around 30 by 30 with differing levels of activity and engagement happening from one to another. And so I guess I was just wondering if you could talk with the group a bit about those efforts so we can think about how they might articulate with or not what we're tasked with visioning as part of the CAC.
Thanks for that question. It's a good one. So what I did, there's so many things I could have shared with you. I didn't go to all the details, but we have a 30 by 30 partnership, which really draws on sort of existing organizations to help us move different pieces of this forward. And the California Biodiversity Network is a coalition of scientists and practitioners and experts across the state who actually came together in 2018 when Governor Brown signed an executive order just elevating biodiversity as a state priority. They've been sort of carrying the biodiversity goal for a while. So when we were developing our pathways document, we actually asked them to help us identify the science needs to really achieve 30 by 30. So, as you keep unpacking deeper and deeper, you find, sure, we have great databases, but there are data gaps. There's a lot we don't know about how species will respond to climate change. There are a lot of fundamental questions about, how different land practices support our objectives. And so we called on the Biodiversity Network first to help us develop a list really of important science topics that can help us with our overall agenda. And that's one of the appendices to our document. Off the top of my head, I don't know if Madeline's on, maybe she can put it in the chat. That's one document that's actually went with 400 different people, helped us compile sort of the most important science. And then these roundtables are a little bit self-generated from within the network of topics that are of interest. And so they've got a suite of things that they are working on sort of around these roundtables. One is long-term monitoring. They're doing a deeper dive on sort of other kinds of effective conservation that can help us achieve our goals. So I guess what I would say is the answer to your question is they inform our implementation of 30 by 30, but they're not like setting particular targets. We're sort of purposefully not setting statewide, very specific targets because we want regional conservation to really drive the agenda. At 100 million acres, it's hard to say what's the most important ecosystem, what's the most important land to protect. But we know that within different areas, you can really say, like, within this region, these are the 5 most important places, depending on sort of what we know about this place. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's sort of how we see them. They're partners in our work and really helping us with the science side.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mark, you're up next.
Hi, I'm going to address my question to Patrick. Thanks for that presentation, by the way. As you know, forests represent a huge carbon storage potential for the state of California. And when CARB did their modeling for this natural working lands assessment and thinking about targets for ecosystem storage of carbon, they ran a series of different scenarios, one of which was sort of a business as usual scenario. Another one was the million acre scenario. But the climate smart plan was something like 2.5 times the million acre treatment. And I empathize with your statement that it's about outcomes and not about acres. But I just wanted to hear what your reaction would be to thinking about moving way past the million acres into thinking about treating 2 or 3 times that amount of acreage in forest and shrublands. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, we have a clear mandates to get to at least 1 million, and that's going to involve roughly a doubling of our current output. So when you consider how much we're spending right now, candidly, getting to 1 million is going to be a big lift. And so that's our focus. I certainly would not want to suggest that getting to, more than 2 million, as ARB suggests would be desirable, and so the way I would characterize it is that's more of a longer term aspirational goal. And I certainly don't want to suggest anything that would undercut it. At the same time, if we can get to 1 million by 2025, that would be a spectacular success. And I guess the other thing I would say is when we're doing our million acre strategies, they used the tools they had. They didn't have a lot of information on recently completed projects in the pipeline. Every year that goes by, we're going to do a better job of doing scenarios that are based on real data and real projects rather than model data. So I think we'll be much better off at the long run. And we'll do that, of course, partnering with them. But you just have to understand that the scoping line was the first time they'd ever attempted to model something like this. So it's useful, but it's not something that's actionable.
Thanks.
Lori.
Thank you, and I'll echo Chelsea's thanks to everybody for a great set of presentations. And I think you have a high estimation of the committee's ability to absorb massive amounts of information in very short periods of time, but maybe we're trying to follow Moore's law here. My question is more directed to Patrick, and it builds directly off of what you just said, Patrick. And that is, are you collecting data from each of the treatments, or are your partners collecting data from each of the treatments on actual carbon release? Does that vary? Is it estimates? Is it not collected at all? Two-part question. That's one, because the relationship between modeling and data is so different, and the algorithms used in modeling are highly variable. The second thing is our dear friends at PG&E have been investing, shall we say, massive amounts of money, primarily in oak removal, in the transmission lines across the state. And other than many other critiques of that exercise, how is that exercise being included or not in the million acres?
Right. On the first question, I think our efforts on carbon are minimal right now. I mean, there's I shouldn't say obviously, but projects funded through cap and trade need to have a carbon calculation done. As far as I know, that's the only process that's underway right now. So we're going to be obviously working with them to try to improve that so we get a better handle, particularly region-wide, on the carbon benefits of various scenarios. So stay tuned on that one. It's not an area I'm terribly conversant in. On the second question, which was, remind me now.
How you are or are not incorporating the work that PG&E is doing
Yes.
in the million acre strategy.
We're starting discussions with them. It's not easy to just include them in our acres tracking system because obviously acres aren't a good measurement of, trimming trees along utility lines. So we have not asked them for their acres treated. We need to figure out some other way to capture their work sort of in the short time in terms of what they're accomplishing, and we'll be working with the Energy Safety Group here to do that. But more importantly, it is increasingly becoming clear to all of us that as we put together our scenarios for million acre strategy, we need to think about where their work fits in. As you said, when you've got the utilities, or at least a subset of the utilities, the investor-owned utilities, spending, by some estimates, $8 billion annually just to reduce emissions from utility corridors, and you've got everything else that's going on to protect forest and community health, maybe spending $1 billion or two, a fraction or a quarter of that, that does raise a lot of eyebrows as to whether or not that's the most effective use of ratepayer and taxpayer money. It's a complicated question, as you know, because their liability standard is not going to go away overnight. But I think we do need to factor in, as we start to develop our long-term strategies, what the utilities are doing, and to start thinking of ways of partnering with them, as we have in Tahoe, where we have a utility corridor program where Liberty Utilities is coming in and treating the utility corridor. At the same time they have crews out there, we have Forest Service crews treating the remainder of that watershed. So I'd like to explore more of those, but there's a complicated set of rules that make that hard to do right now.
Could I do a quick follow-up question on
Sure.
there? So I'm not talking about tree limbing. I'm talking about what we see throughout the North State is massive tree removal.
Okay.
And being able to track that.
Yeah, I don't know that we have a good handle on that. It's something we can talk to Energy Safety about. And CAL FIRE. And certainly our wood utilization work group is also trying to look at how their work fits into our larger wood utilization strategies. That's been a big issue, as you probably know, with the counties throughout the state, where there's a lot of wood that's being cut and no obvious places to take it.
Let's go to Laura next.
Thanks to everyone for all of the great information and summaries. I wanted to, sorry, Patrick, to keep you on the hot seat. I have just a follow-up question here. I was wondering, to the extent you know, how the natural and working land management options that were incorporated into some of the options for implementation in the scoping plan, to what extent those are identified or overlap with what might be included in regional resource kits as sort of treatment information, or the extent to which that's even broached at all.
Yeah, I think I think there's a lot of, there's certainly a lot of alignment there. I think as part of those other plans, we plugged into them the information that we had at the time. But as we're hearing now with each of our regional meetings, we're achieving huge leaps in each of our quarterly meetings. So we'll just have to keep updating those other plans to make sure they're not relying on, older data and older information. But yeah, I see a lot of synergy, particularly as I was hearing some of our previous speakers also talk about regional approaches to 30 by 30 and biodiversity. We need to work to try to align those as much as possible.
Thanks.
Over to you.
Sorry, was that back to me? Yeah. Okay. So, So, John, I wanted to come back to you and your presentation. Thanks. You threw a lot of information at us. So maybe you said this, but I wanted to just ask it anyway here. So you were talking about developing urban tree cover targets, and one of the things that we heard from Patrick and we hear elsewhere is that one of the goals in managing wildfire risk and forest resilience is thinking about defensible space and rural communities on the WUI. And certainly when we think about urban tree cover targets, we probably most naturally think about Los Angeles and the big metropolitan areas in California. But I'm wondering if your urban tree cover targets cover WUI communities and how they approach defensible space and community strategies for fire resilient communities. Thanks.
That's actually an excellent question, and the answer is for the purposes of the urban and community forestry program, generally not, because CAL FIRE has entire other programs that do that, that deal with wildland urban interface. Now, we do touch on that. We view CAL FIRE's programs, there's a continuum of management actions and a continuum of strategies that we employ across all of our programs. And the urban and community forestry program is focused mostly on core urban areas. So you're talking about census defined urban areas. So places, generally speaking, of 2,500 people and more. Some of those, of course, are in the urban interface. We've always drawn a distinction within the urban and community forestry program between an urban forest, which in California is generally a place where you've put a forest into a place that didn't have one because there's people there, and an urbanized forest where you've put essentially an urbanized area within a forested system. And so there you would deal with those two different types of places much differently. There are certainly similarities, but there's also a lot of differences. And so we leave that mostly to other programs, but we do try to bring some value added. So when we talk about defensible space or fuel breaks and maintaining them, we can bring some of the science of arboriculture to that, where when you're maintaining woody vegetation, there's a proper way to prune it and lots of improper ways. If you prune things the proper way, they recover faster and they are less fire prone. If you just hack and slash, then you stress the vegetation and it becomes that much more of a fire problem as you go into maintenance. So there are places where they overlap, and in particular in urban open spaces. And so we do deal with that to some degree, but it's not the primary focus of the program. Some of my other programs, that is the primary focus. For instance, our vegetation management program, which is focused on fuels reduction related to prescribed fire. And so applying prescribed fire after some fuels reduction, working with landowners on that, and often that can be very close to urban areas. So we do get into that, but then a lot of our defensible space programs and fuel breaks are handled either at our region and unit level or at our Office of the State Fire Marshal fire prevention programs.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Not seeing any other questions from the committee at this point. So if there are no questions, I suggest this is sort of your last opportunity, committee, for questions for John, Patrick, and Jen. I think a couple of them may need to hop off. So yeah, so Christy, do you have a question or maybe not?
I just have a quick comment. Laura didn't mention, but Laura and I are both on the science advisory panel for the California wildfire, and I always mess up the name, for Patrick's committee. So, so we are also your conduit to integrate those two bodies of work together. So just wanted to mention that really quick.
Christy, super helpful. Okay, I don't think I'm seeing any other comments. So let's take a 10-minute break. Let's be back here at 2:45 sharp. And then we'll kick off the next round of speakers and have more discussion about this. And again, we can also, if you have comments or questions later for our speakers, you can always follow up with us and we will try to address them between meetings. But see you back here in 10 minutes. Okay. everyone. Welcome back. Our committee members, if possible, could on their video so we know you're back and ready to go. That would be great. So next up, Plessy, if it's not too much of a pain, can you go back to the full speaker list just as a reminder?
Sorry, getting there. Got to go back like 70 slides.
Great. So we're going to hear from Justine from Ocean Protection Council on their work on seagrasses. And then we'll hear from Campbell and Michelle, Campbell with the Delta Conservancy and Michelle with the Department of Water Resources on wetlands. Amanda Hansen with the Resources Agency will cover sparsely vegetated lands, and Michael Wolf and Virginia Jameson will cover croplands and grasslands. And this will also be covered and touched upon a bit by Christina Wolf of the Board of Forestry. So that's the rundown. I do know it's a good amount of information, and bear with us. This is sort of like the kind of education day for all of us, and then we'll be more focused, I'm sure, on future meetings and not throw so many PowerPoints your way. So thanks again for being engaged, and thanks again to all of our speakers for joining us. So Plessy, sorry, now I'm going to make you go forward 70 slides, but if we can move over to Justine's slides next, that would be great. And maybe while Plessy's doing that, Justine, if you want to pass it over to you to introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Justine Kimball. I am a senior program manager with the California Ocean Protection Council. I'm joined here by Sri Gopal, who is our coastal habitats program manager. I have to jump, unfortunately, after the presentation, but she will be around to answer any follow-up questions, and she actually has more information on some of the details of the projects that I will be mentioning. We've also included coastal wetlands as well as seagrasses and seaweeds in here. Next slide. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Ocean Protection Council, we're a cabinet level body within the California Natural Resources Agency. Our mission is to protect California's coast and ocean for future generations. We have a strategic plan which covers the years 2020 to 2025 that has goals around climate change, equity, biodiversity, and a sustainable blue economy. So what I'm going to be covering is some of the specific targets that we have in the strategic plan related to coastal habitats of coastal wetlands, seagrasses, and seaweeds, and some of the recent progress and challenges that we've had, very focused on the acreage targets associated with those habitats. So next slide. For coastal wetlands, we have a target here to ensure an additional 10,000 acres of coastal wetlands to be protected, restored, or created by 2025, with additional increases in acreages by 20% by 2030 and 50% by 2040. We also have a target to develop a coastal wetland action plan that includes a baseline assessment of acreages, and that action plan would include strategies for how to meet those protection, restoration, and creation targets. Next slide. So the project that we've had ongoing for a few years now has been focused on that mapping inventory piece. We funded the San Francisco Estuary Institute to update their CARI base map of coastal habitats, specifically for the habitats of coastal wetlands, eelgrass, beaches and dunes, and rocky intertidal. And so this process has involved a committee of experts as part of the statewide mapping committee and L1 committee there to advise us to develop new operating procedures and to update with all the new data sets associated with those habitats. We are working on a dashboard and summary information soon to come. We're just reviewing that. We have completed this phase of work, and so we do have the baseline acreages for these habitats right now. We're leveraging the Eco Atlas platform for the dashboard and for that information. We've also funded a next phase of work with SFEI that's good, and a partnership with NASA JPL, which is going to focus on integrating remote sensing data sets to fill spatial and temporal gaps, and to also look at potentially change detection, as well as do a sea level rise vulnerability assessment. And both of those pieces will go into the wetland action plan. And so we are in the stages now of really developing and deciding what that wetland action plan will look at. The biggest challenge I think we have is a lack of methodology around comprehensive, regular, ideally automated updates to the acreages, and particularly sensitive enough for project level change detection. So that's part of the reason that we're exploring this project with JPL. What are the remote sense platforms that we could potentially use to update the base map? But there are obviously trade-offs with cost and with resolution for some of these satellites. Shri has more information on the different platforms that we're thinking about and the resolution of those. But, I don't know, it's a challenge. How do we know when we meet our acreage targets if we don't have a viable way of tracking those acreages over time? So it's a real challenge there. Next slide. So seagrass, similarly, we have an acreage target here to preserve the existing known 15,000 acres, as well as create an additional 1,000. And then we have a target around projected future habitat space. Next slide. So similarly, as mentioned, this is one of the habitat categories in the SFEI project that we funded. Interestingly, the update with the new data actually has a new acreage of 17,000. So I don't know, can we say that we've already met our target, or was that just not a correct assessment of the current starting acreage? So again, that's just sort of the challenge. In terms of future habitat space, we funded a project with the Audubon, San Francisco State, and Keith Merkel team to update their habitat suitability model in San Francisco Bay. That is in development and in the final stages, I believe. But that will be an assessment to inform where best to site and protect eelgrass, considering environmental and climate impacts. Challenges, again, same issue with tracking acreage and change detection, even more challenging, I would say, because a lot of the data sets we have are actually like in field, in water monitoring. And so the feasibility of, doing that regularly and regularly updating is pretty daunting. These are also very naturally sensitive and variable habitats. So what is natural variation versus what is a progress or loss? My understanding, I know we have Melissa Ward on here who's an expert on this, but restoration is not always successful in these habitats, and it can be expensive. Next slide. And kelp, this is on the other side of our shop. Mike Escrow leads this. He's our kelp person, kelp guy. So we don't have any acreage targets here for kelp specifically, but we do have targets around a statewide kelp research and restoration plan, and to develop a cost-effective and robust strategy to map the current and evolving extent of kelp forests. Next slide. So some of the progress is, we have funded pilot scale restoration efforts and recovery programs. We have funded a kelp canopy mapping and monitoring, and we are initiating development of the statewide kelp restoration and management plan. So challenges, again, how could we scale up this restoration methods? Again, it's a naturally variable and sensitive habitat. So when and where does it actually make sense to restore versus what is a natural cycle? And then, how to do this with climate change. So I think next slide. I think that was it. I just wanted to make just a few additional comments just to get ahead of questions. Our 10,000 acre targets for coastal wetlands and the 1,000 acre targets for seagrass, wasn't informed by like a robust effort to like identify potential suitable space or projects. These are really like ambitious policy targets that we wanted to set at the time to really set the tone for restoration. And then we have had a lot of funded work in progress around blue carbon and funded some eelgrass carbon storage sequestration projects. But our real focus currently has been around these as habitats and the value of them as habitats. And then Shree's email is there, and like I said, she's available for follow-up questions. Thanks.
Much, Justine. Let's keep moving. Again, we'll have time for questions for the OPC team at the end. So Campbell and Michelle, I'll turn it over to you both now.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Campbell Ingram, the Executive Officer of the Delta Conservancy. Michelle, you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, Michelle Jesperson. I'm the Environmental Program Manager from the Department of Water Resources.
So thank you all for the opportunity to talk with you about the natural working lands in the Delta, a very small but significant part of the natural working land picture in California in general. And thanks to the panel members for taking on the charge of AB 1757. I'm going to talk, next slide, please. We'll talk a little bit about the existing targets that are in the Delta. Then we'll talk a little bit about specifically some of the work that we're doing around subsidence and carbon emission avoidance in the Delta. Talk about some of our new programs, and then a little bit about constraints moving forward. So to start with, the Delta is, most of you know it as the place where there's sort of this clash between the state's water supply, the aquatic ecosystem, and the communities. Pretty contentious area, and a lot of work has been done to try to identify restoration targets and natural and working lands targets. So the first here you see is that the natural working land strategy identifies tidal restoration for ecological function and flood protection, and encourages the conversion of deeply subsided peatlands to rice cultivation or managed wetlands to stop subsidence and resulting carbon emissions. The Delta Plan has a long-range target to achieve 60 to 80,000 acres by 2050. And you can see the breakdown there. There's about 30,000 acres of tidal, 13 of upland, 20,000 of floodplain, and 16,000 of riparian. Eco Restore was established in 2015 by Governor Brown to rapidly increase the pace and scale of restoration in the Delta. DWR is responsible for that, and about 28,000 of those acres are under construction now, or in planning or under construction now. And you can see the breakdown there: 9,000 acres of tidal, 17,000 acres of floodplain, and also managed wetlands in that group as well. And then the 2022 scoping plan identified 60,000 acres of Delta wetlands for subsidence and carbon emission reduction. I think I'm going to shift just a little bit now to talking more specifically about that subset of targets. Next slide, please. So just, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this, but I kind of want to give you just a general overview of subsidence, what's going on in the mechanisms of subsidence. This is an older map back in 1995. The depths now are between 25 and 30 feet below sea level. But if you look at that orange and bright red polygon, you can think of that area within the delta as really an enormous hole in the ground, 25 to 30 feet below sea level. All of that was highly organic peat soil carbon that is volatilized directly into the atmosphere and continues to do so at a rate of about 0.5 inch to 1.5 inches per year. And then obviously we have it's combined with sea level rise. So the real threat here, the real challenge here is that body of water you see at the very south end there, right at the edge of that orange or yellowish polygon is the state and federal projects. And that's where we export water out of the Delta to support 27 million Californians in the Bay Area, the Central Coast, and the East Bay, as well as support 3 to 4 million acres of agriculture in the San Joaquin Valley. So the concern is that because this is a huge hole in the ground, if we were to lose the Western Delta, it were to fill, become an inland sea, it most likely would fill with salt water coming from the bay, the closest source of enough water to fill that hole. And it could curtail or interrupt exports out of the Delta, arguably California's water supply hub, for a number of months, and could have pretty significant economic impacts on the Delta. I'm sorry, on California. Also, it's just an incredibly rich agricultural area, as well as there are a number of communities, and all of that is really under flood risk as well. Next slide, please. Just so that we can sort of really wrap our heads around what subsidence is really all about. This schematic just shows that, a long time ago, this was all wetland, all peat depths that had accumulated over 100 feet deep as the result of sea level rise after the last glacial period. And when we started discovering gold and the Delta was between the gold fields of Sacramento and San Francisco, it became really the breadbasket. So an incredibly rich agricultural area. But to be able to grow crops, you actually have to drain the agricultural soil. So that schematic below just shows putting in pumps and tile drains to aerate the root zone. So you can grow crops like corn. If you're growing corn, you're aerating that root zone between 36 and 48 inches. That exposes that entire soil column to oxygen, and you get microbial oxidation, and the byproduct of that is carbon, again, directly to the atmosphere. Next slide, please. So trying to quantify that, we look at an average of 10 metric tons of carbon per acre per year. And that really varies quite a bit in that zone. If you're on the edge of that yellow zone, you're probably 3 tons. And on some of those really red hotspots, you're as much as 26 tons per acre. So again, if we're losing 1.5 inches per year, if you were to scrape 1.5 inches of soil off an acre and weigh it, it's going to weigh somewhere between 10 and 20 tons. And so that's what we're losing every year. So that's the equivalent of about 1.3 million tons of carbon per year, just coming off that roughly 200,000 acre zone in the Delta, equivalent to about 350,000 vehicles. And I think this last one's really fascinating. It's equivalent to about 1/4 of California's plant-based agricultural carbon emissions. So there's 17 million arable acres in California, putting out just under 8 million tons per year. And this little 200,000 acre dot in the middle of the state, because it's highly organic peat soil, is putting out about 1/4 of that. So it's kind of an interesting mix. It sort of skirts the agricultural component as well as the habitat component. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward. Next slide, please. So we've been working for a number of years trying to dial in incentives. I mean, the way you stop this oxidation is simply putting water back on the landscape, resaturate those soils. You can do that with managed wetlands, or you can do that with rice cultivation. And so we've been trying to figure out ways to incentivize landowners to do that. In 2017, we had a methodology approved by the American Carbon Registry for California wetlands and California deltaic and coastal wetlands. So the protocol actually works for the coastal wetlands as well. But it allows any landowner to quantify their baselines, quantify their avoided emissions. This is really an avoided emission situation, and then certify those credits and take them to market. We're happy to say that we've certified the first we've done the first third-party validation verification, 1,700 acres of wetland. Michelle's going to talk more about that in a bit. Those are the first wetland credits that have been certified anywhere. And then there's a second certification validation project underway. We've been working with a number of carbon financiers and investors, and we're pretty certain that they are willing and interested in marketing as much carbon as we can credit or certify out of the Delta. It's just a sort of a charismatic carbon credit that the people who buy credits on the voluntary market are interested in having in their portfolios. So the whole story isn't all about incentivizing through this, but it does help offset losses from agricultural value, and it's part of what we're trying to achieve. Next slide. So now we're going to go into a little bit more about the actual things that we're working on now and the programs that we have that are currently functioning. And I'm going to turn it over to Michelle to talk about all the great work TWR has done on Sherman and Twitchell Island.
Great, thanks, Campbell. So yeah, as you mentioned, the basis for the American Carbon Registry Deltaic Protocol was derived from development of 3 non-tidal emergent wetland projects on DWR-owned areas of Sherman and Twitchell Islands in the Delta. And this slide shows these areas, Twitchell at the top and Sherman, the larger blob on the bottom. And working with Campbell and others, DWR has constructed approximately 2,650 wetland acres. And in addition to that, we've, through tenant lease agreements, converted approximately 600 acres from corn and pasture to rice farming on Twitchell Island. Specific to carbon, the 750-acre wetland on Twitchell Island and the 2 smaller wetland projects on Sherman have generated over 52,000 metric tons of verified CO2 emission reductions, and that's just from the period of 2011 to 2018. These projects were constructed between 2010 and 2015. And they've become a model for development of other wetland restoration projects in the Delta, and really laboratories to assess the efficacy in terms of the ability of these projects to reverse subsidence and to generate carbon sequestration benefits. DWR is continuing to work and pursue development of multi-benefit habitat restoration and wetland projects on these islands and elsewhere in the Delta, guided by state priorities for achieving water resilience, accelerating aquatic habitat restoration for special status species, and implementing nature-based solutions to climate change. And I'll turn it back to Campbell to talk about more projects.
Great,
on the
thanks.
way.
Next slide, please. So yeah, I think you can see DWR has been really at the forefront of this for many years, doing a number of projects and some amazing work. I'm going to talk just a little bit about the project or the funding sources that we have and the targets of what we're trying to achieve in the near term. Just going back to overarching targets, the Delta Conservancy, or for restoration in general, had a $50 million allocation for Proposition 1, and that funded 35 locally supported projects, really affecting, somewhere on the order of about 8,000 acres. And there's wetland projects, floodplain, water quality projects. We also have climate access and restoration funds and Proposition 68 funds. And that's what we're dedicating a little bit more to our economic development side of our mission. We both do restoration and economic development. But what I really want to talk to you about is our recently allocated nature-based solution funding, about $36 million to support this type of work for subsidence and carbon emission reduction. Next slide, please. It really is an exciting time. We've been working in this space for over 10 years, having incredible conversations with landowners. They recognize that subsidence is the problem they need to address, and we've been coming up with all kinds of great ideas, but we've never had the funding to sort of back up the talk. And so finally, with this $36 million allocation, we actually have some resources, and I'm amazed at how quickly people are sort of taking us up on the offer. We have really just concept proposals at this point, but we're hoping to move this money as quickly as possible. But the first one I'll talk about is just one project that's looking at a whole island conversion to a rice managed wetland mosaic on about 4,100 acres, requesting about $20 million. This is really fantastic because it takes a whole island and it shows all the surrounding landowners how we can stop subsidence, their #1 threat, stop the carbon emissions, be economically viable, create additional agricultural value with rice, more than they're currently receiving, get carbon revenue where you're losing ag value from converting to managed wetlands, but also increase habitat value and biodiversity. So just really excited about this project. There's another project where a single grantee would receive funding from us and would be trying to enroll private farmers in about 15,000 acres to convert to rice in the Delta. This is just a great opportunity to stop subsidence, maintain the agricultural nature of the Delta, and again, work on economic viability. And then there's just several smaller projects around 4,000 acres, another whole island project and another smaller wetland restoration project that have come to us for funding. So next slide. That really gets us to our challenges. And as you could imagine, funding. I think between what Michelle just spoke about and the ones I just listed off optimistically, that's close to 25,000 acres. We need to get to 60,000 acres to meet the scoping plan target. Ideally, we'd be looking at trying to affect all 200,000 acres that are deeply subsided in the Delta. And so significant funding is going to be needed to continue the process. Permitting is always an issue. We're really looking at ways to streamline the permitting process. Most of what we're talking about here, a farmer could do tomorrow without any permitting whatsoever. It's really when state funding comes in that it triggers permitting, particularly around the wetland restoration. Sadly, these wetland restoration projects can be several $100,000 and 18 to 24 months in the permitting phase. Land use trade-offs is really significant. I think anytime you talk about taking agricultural land out of production, it's a challenge. We're very encouraged that rice cultivation keeps ag in production, achieves most of our objectives, and is actually more lucrative than many of the commodities that are grown in this deeply subsided part of the Delta. There's also land, there's about 8,000 acres in the Delta now that's becoming too wet to farm. As we burn through that peat layer, it no longer acts as a hydrologic blanket, and water is seeping through at a faster rate than they can actually deal with. So there's a message there that you can get you can get lost agricultural value from the carbon market by going to a managed wetland on those acres. So it is an issue, absolutely, but we think there's just ways to kind of manage that. And then the last issue really is just the permanence requirement for an individual to go ahead and get a carbon contract for certified carbon credits can be a challenge, right? It's if a farmer's gonna it's really hard to convince a farmer to grow rice for 40 years and even run a managed wetland for 40 years. We're optimistic that landowners like DWR and the Nature Conservancy and other Metropolitan Water District, those that are sort of publicly funded entities and better understand the risks, are going to be willing to go that route and commit for that length of time and be able to engage that revenue stream. So that's essentially the Delta story and what we're trying to do. And again, really appreciate the opportunity to share that with you. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Campbell and Michelle. That was great. We're now gonna leave the Delta and wetlands and seagrass habitat, sort of, and move over to Amanda Hansen and hear from her about sparsely vegetated lands.
Thanks, Jen.
Amanda, over to you.
And thanks to everyone for bearing with us here. It is a lot of information. I will try to move quickly and then we'll open up for questions. Wait, is it after me? Not yet. No, we will not open up for questions right away. We're gonna have a couple others pipe in. So just as a reminder, our natural working lands were organized into these 8 land types defined by dominant land cover, which is what is physically at a location. We took this approach to be consistent with international carbon accounting methodologies. And because the land types are based on dominant land cover, ecosystems can be spread across a mix of these landscapes, despite having sort of unique ecological characteristics and management needs. So for example, sparsely vegetated lands covers California's large swaths of deserts, as well as beaches and dunes and coastal areas. So I just wanted to flag that this is one of those land types that kind of requires you to think creatively about, the parcels that we're talking about. Next slide. So the Climate Smart Land Strategy outlined a number of different priority nature-based solutions that we believe will deliver climate benefits in California. They're listed here. I would also just flag at this point, you know, many agencies are involved in policies and programs that drive stewardship of our sparsely vegetated lands, in large part because of what I noted above, that this is one of those land types that covers a lot of different ecosystems. So I'm going to do my best to summarize relevant efforts today. And if I can't answer a specific question, we will work with relevant experts to get you the answer. And I want to also flag, in light of earlier conversation around, you know, bringing in other experts and, you know, engaging partners. You know, we've heard significant interest from folks who are very connected to and committed to climate action in California's deserts as an area of potential focus for such engagement with experts in this committee. So I just wanted to draw that connection here before I get started. Next slide. So first, I'll just talk a little bit about the Coachella Valley Habitat Conservation Plan, which numerous state entities are involved in development and implementation, including the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy. And this is a plan to conserve over 240,000 acres of open space and protect 27 species across the deserts, the Coachella Valley Desert area, to preserve natural heritage for future generations. Next slide. We also have the State Wildlife Action Plan, which is led by our Department of Fish and Wildlife. It is a chapter dedicated to deserts and sets some specific targets, such as the example here. And the plan is being updated now, and it will be finalized in 2025. So we see a lot of potential for synergy. Next slide. Similarly, multiple agencies are involved in the state's Salton Sea Management Program. And an element of this program is a 10-year plan of action, which calls for construction of habitat restoration and dust suppression on 30,000 acres of exposed lake bed and areas that will be exposed by 2028. So since the state is not a significant landowner in the area, collaboration with land-owning entities is key to future progress and a top priority for the Salton Sea Management Program. And I would also note that the governor just appointed Samantha Arthur to help us drive this work. So we're looking forward to working with her closely on this, along with many of the partners across the state family and entities that are working in that space. Next slide. The Wildlife Conservation Board is in the early days of building out a desert conservation program. We see this as a really important opportunity to align efforts across the state family, and we're really excited to work closely with the WCB as a follow-up to this meeting. Next slide. So many state parks holdings exist across our sparsely vegetated lands, in our desert regions, and along our coastlines and beaches. To date, state parks goals are qualitative and focused on protecting biodiversity, which is important for long-term healthy and resilient ecosystems. And so we are going to share just an example from each of the 3 desert regions on state parks policy to protect California native species and support climate smart land management. So next slide, the Colorado Desert's Anza Borrego Desert State Park is 640,000 acres with elevations that range from 60 feet below sea level to 6,190 feet above sea level. And the overall vegetation management goal within the park is retention of the native plant diversity. Next slide. In the Mojave Desert, State Parks manages the 25,300 acre Red Rock Canyon State Park, and management is focused on a number of outcomes, including the protection of small isolated wetlands and riparian areas, erosion control, and protection of desert washes. Next slide. And in the Sonoran Desert, State Parks manages the 7,000 acre Picacho State Recreation Area, which is a park that has extensive desert scrub and desert wash scrub. And again, the overall vegetation management goals is to protect native vegetation in a healthy condition, free from exotic plant species. And they're very focused on the tamarisk species. So next slide. Shifting over to coastal areas and beaches, Justine outlined some of OPC's work with SFEI to update the California Aquatic Resource Inventory to establish baseline acreages of various coastal habitats, including wetlands, beaches, and watersheds. And the OPC doesn't currently have any habitat acreage goals for beaches and dunes. However, as discussed, they are working to establish those baseline acreages. And state parks similarly has developed a sea level rise adaptation strategy to advance approaches that build resilience of beaches and dune habitat. Other entities, State Coastal Conservancy, for example, are advancing large-scale living shorelines projects, while the Coastal Commission is highlighting adaptation strategies to sea level rise under different scenarios. And so efforts like these are working to advance those priority nature-based solutions that were on an earlier slide in the presentation. And with that, I will hand it off back to Jen to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Amanda. Next up, we have Michael and Virginia from the California Department of Food and Ag talking about croplands and grasslands.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Virginia Jameson. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Climate and Working Lands at Department of Food and Ag, and I'll let Michael introduce himself and then have him take it away.
Okay, thanks. Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Wolf. We met at the last meeting. I work at the CDFA on climate change mitigation and adaptation issues, and I hope I can be a resource for you as we move forward. I've played a supporting role in putting together the last scoping plan, among other climate efforts at the department. And so let's take a look at the CDFAs and the state's priorities and programs that affect croplands and rangelands. Next slide, please. Now, we are a little bit short on time, and as a previous speaker said, in the same spirit, I put together these slides as a resource for all of you, and to a certain degree, I will not excavate the content of each one of them. I did want to start off with a slide that gives you a sense of how the sector of agriculture, including rangelands, has evolved in recent scoping plans. Not only have the ambitions of the scoping plans increased over time, but within that, the agricultural treatment became ever more serious, up until the point where an attempt was made with the 2018 scoping plan, or rather 2017, to treat agriculture and natural and working lands separately in an implementation plan. That was not finally approved by the agencies, but it was an important moment, and a number of CDFA programs grow out of that time, those few years. But we are now standing a year or a few months after the adoption of the first scoping plan that actually has serious agricultural targets and has implemented a serious modeling approach that was agreed by all of the agencies. So it's a great moment to be talking about this sector. Next slide, please. All right, so the headline recommendations, as they're called, that affect our sector are listed here. Firstly, I won't go through the details, but there is a conservation of croplands goal, which does not intersect with 30 by 30, to be very clear. And it also does not intersect with efforts that would cause habitat restoration and removal from agriculture. This is a goal for the conservation of croplands and to a certain extent of rangelands. The next recommendation, restoring wetlands, we were fortunate to hear about from Campbell and other people. And a third recommendation of interest is the increase in organic agriculture that is recommended to occur to reach 20% of cultivated acres by 2045. For perspective, currently about 5% of cultivated acres in California are certified organic. And there are issues, there are certain bounds that we're working within as far as the availability of organic fertilizers that I'll mention on the next slide that do inform that recommendation as well. So in the next slide, we'll be able to get into some of the details about the climate smart agricultural practices, which are designed to be upscaled by 78,000 acres a year. So we can go to the next slide. Here we have an interesting real-time experiment, I would say. We have particular targets that were put together for the scoping plan for particular practices that are incentivized by the Healthy Soils Program. Those targets are in the left-hand column. And we have recent round, the result of the latest round from the Healthy Soils Program, showing you the uptake but in acreage terms of those particular practices. So there's quite a lot that could be unpacked there. Instead of going into the details, I'll note that we're talking about practices that by definition are modeled and are designed to be implemented for 20 years. We are talking about, evidently, we are talking about levels of implementation that are push the limits of the current level of financing for the Healthy Soils Program, which is about $66 million a year. You could note the very low acreages represented by things like hedgerows and windbreaks, but that's of course because they're linear, and so to fill up an entire acre takes a lot of linear implementation. Now, it's also important to note, as I mentioned on the previous slide, that there are certain bounds that we will find ourselves up against in terms of organic agriculture and compost implementation, which is the quantity of feedstocks available for that compost. So my basic estimations suggest that with our future municipal compost available and with the manure that is deemed to be exportable from dairies, especially in an excellent new report that came out from one of our working groups, we would be pushing the limits with these with the compost and organic acreage goals that I've just described to you. And that's without considering transportation and cost barriers of that transportation. On the other hand, what's difficult to account for is that the state's population will likely increase to a significant degree. There might be a lot more biosolids applied to croplands. I have not tried to account for the amount of nitrogen that could be fixed in organic systems by cover crops when we have a water limited scenario in the state, and other smaller sources such as mixed cropping and grazing systems could also ultimately help us to finesse these goals. But it's important to be aware of those real world barriers as we move along. I also did want to mention that there will be upcoming in-house or contracted studies of the Healthy Soils Program and the adoption rates that we are seeing from the incentives, because of course there's a distinction between how many acres we incentivize in a given year and how many have really adopted that practice for on a decadal timescale. Next slide, please. So starting to move through a bit more quickly, but there are practices that were not modeled and therefore were not targeted, but which the Healthy Soils Program does incentivize, and that is the purpose of this table here. They are quantified for the purposes of the Healthy Soils Program using the Comet Planner tool, which fundamentally relies on the DayCent model. And I would just tell you, in case you don't know, that the Healthy Soils levels of reimbursement are generally twice as high as NRCS. And so in many parts of the state, they're about 100% or a bit over 100% of of the cost to the grower, although certainly there could be exceptions depending on where someone is located. There are also other cited practices to be aware of from the scoping plan, which are both unmodeled and untargeted and not dealt with by the Healthy Soils program yet. I've listed some of them here. There's been a fair bit of attention recently to high rate but low frequency compost application to rangelands, for example, or restoration of mixed grazing systems. Further wetland restoration beyond the delta, mulch application to fallow lands, all food for thought. And I'll just a couple more minutes left. We have been making several references to the Natural and Working Lands Climate Smart strategy. This came out a year before the scoping plan. It was mandated by an executive order that is separate from the scoping plan process. The Climate Smart strategy was not in its application to agriculture and rangelands. It was not modeled, and it did not establish actual targets for the policy directions which it set as priorities. But it is an important thing for us to look back on. So let's take a look at the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. We have to go 2 slides forward. I was using my own deck here, and we are moving a couple slides forward now. Another slide forward. Yeah. So looking at the nature-based climate solutions that were emphasized in the Climate Smart strategy, I've put in bold those which have not been completely taken up by the scoping plan yet for your consideration. This is the croplands area, and following that, on the next slide, there are solutions that are relevant to grasslands and rangelands. And lastly, just a few words on the last slide, one more slide, about the broader scenario of CDFA activities. That we have several incentive and grant programs active right now, which are listed there on the left, encompassing manure, biodigesters, water efficiency, fertilizer efficiency, organic transition, agricultural conservation agriculture planning, and planting of pollinator habitat. And our policies are also informed by our funding sources in different groups, such as the Healthy Soils Initiative and the Manure Recycling and Innovative Products Task Force that is active right now. And that would do the trick. I'll be open for questions later. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. And then last but not least, we'll hear from Christina Wolf at the Board of Forestry, and she'll dive a little bit more into grasslands and rangelands. Christina, thanks for joining us.
Great. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. My name is Christina Wolf. I work with the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection. And the Range Management Advisory Committee is an advisory committee to the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection. And you can advance the slide. Forgot I don't have control of the slides today. All right, so it's been around in some form since 1945. It was rechartered in 1975 as the Range Management Advisory Committee. And in 1996, its role was expanded to include advising of not only the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection and the Natural Resources Agency, but also CDFA, a Department of Food and Agriculture, and the Environmental Protection Agency. Next slide. And the RMAC, as I said, statutory committee advising these 4 state agencies. Advance. Sorry, I have advanced on the slides, unfortunately. It's the only state level policy existing in California on rangeland issues, providing recommendations to agencies and programs for any items under the purview of the board that impact rangeland resources, conducting outreach, if it can, soliciting feedback from stakeholders. Advance. On rangeland health, and helps facilitate interactions between these various agencies and the public. Next slide. So the RMAC, as I said, it's soliciting information on range issues. It's identifying data gaps. It's facilitating these interactions between the public and a variety of agencies at the local, state, and federal level, highlighting different policy issues and conveying those issues to the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection and advised agencies where they apply, and acting as a hub to connect different resources to different needs, and engaging these partners to help meet those needs and develop solutions. Advance. What it does not do is any preliminary research or generation of any data or development of policy. It only advises the board, which then is a policy-making body for the state. And the Board of Forestry, just to clarify, the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection develops policy for forest and rangelands within the state in state responsibility areas. Next slide. Advance. We have a variety of partners. This is just a subset of them. Stakeholders are very important in conserving our rangelands. They're critical to be engaged and excuse me, their input, their advice is critical to the success of any of the efforts needed to accomplish this. Next slide. Really briefly, I'm just going to touch on what rangelands are. Pardon me, keep going. And you could advance through the slide too, so everything is showing on the screen. Notwithstanding the fact that land cover types have already been separated out differently for the purposes of this committee and this endeavor, rangelands are one of the most variable vegetation types in the state and across the world. The EPA defines rangelands as any lands on which native vegetation is predominantly grasses or grass-like plants, forbs, and shrubs, not generally woody vegetation, although there can be woody vegetation to a degree. And this is going to include grasslands, savannas, shrublands, deserts, tundra, alpine communities, wet meadows, riparian areas. But the focus, I believe, for this committee is grasslands, not shrublands, not deserts, because those are already covered, not sparsely vegetated areas, which can also be classified as rangelands. So we're kind of narrowing the scope of this. And a lot of the assessments that have been done, of which there are a few, so we won't have a lot to talk about in terms of those assessments, but a lot of the assessments do not necessarily break those down either. So oftentimes croplands or agricultural lands are lumped into rangelands. Next slide. The 2017 FRAP assessment with the Fire Resource and Forest Resource Assessment Program for CAL FIRE assesses California's forests and rangelands and for the protection generally of timber. And they found that around 56 million of California's 100 million acres of land area was classified as a rangeland type. There are also an additional 32 million acres of forest lands, some of which may be appropriate for grazing and for goals related to fire and ecological benefits. However, rangelands often abut forests. So while rangelands are not necessarily the focus of this assessment, they're often immediately adjacent to forests or immediately adjacent to wildland-urban interfaces. And in terms of protection of resources, the rangelands are not being assessed. So the FRAP assessment will not include any types of recommendations for protections on rangelands, even though they are immediately adjacent to these areas requiring protection. So right now, what you're seeing on the screen is there's about 11.1 million acres of herbaceous rangelands, in addition to the other rangeland cover types, which includes almost 8 million acres of woodland, 23 million acres of desert land, almost 15 million acres of shrubland, which may be particularly susceptible to wildfire and climate change. Next slide. So some of the initial observations made by the chair of the Rangeland Management Advisory Committee, which is not me, I am a staffer for the RMAC, was that grazing was already in the queue for addition into your effects models. So we're glad to see that. But we also would like the committee to recognize that grazing impacts are highly variable depending on conditions, climate, weather, management practices, and a variety of other factors. So we hope that the committee can appreciate that environmental conditions, for example, pre and post treatment, these different management practices, the way that they're combined, the year that they occur in, can vary greatly in terms of outcomes. And just to clarify also in terms of terminology, we get a lot of questions and confusion around what is grazing mean and what is prescribed grazing or targeted grazing or managed grazing, conservation grazing. I've even heard the term ecological grazing. For the purposes of this talk, we're just going to be talking about grazing in general for fuel reduction and vegetation management. But there are a lot of different forms that grazing can take. And there are certainly a lot of nuances in the ways that grazing are practiced, particularly across the state in different ecosystems and in different climates. Next slide. So wildfire is a major contributor, as you all know, to greenhouse gas emissions. So fuels management is a major goal for not only CAL FIRE, but also in terms of the RMAC and other fire management organizations. And there's a mistake on the slide there. I said CAL FIRE has a goal of treating 500,000 acres annually. Should say the state's goal is to treat 500,000 acres annually. We've heard a variety of goals today. 1 million acres of treatment by 2025, 100,000 acres that have been treated by CAL FIRE already in terms of fuel reduction. So there are a lot of different efforts going into this. And fuels reduction and vegetation management can have obviously climate impacts. And so given that wildfires have impacted over 9 million acres of California in the last 5 years, and these incidents are harming and threatening the lives of people, destroying ecological resources, inundating us with smoke and causing billions of dollars of damage each year. The goal to treat at least 500,000 acres of in California alone across the state annually is going to be paramount for the RMAC. And grazing is a tool that's adaptable to a lot of different situations. And it doesn't generate smoke. It can be used within the city right next to structures, unlike burning in a lot of cases, or the other issue with burning, of course, is weather. And in California, that's always a challenge, although perhaps maybe not today. And other treatment methods, perhaps herbicides, may not be used near waterways in some areas. And so it can be a relatively flexible tool that can be used sometimes in areas where other tools cannot be used for fuel reduction or vegetation management. And it can be specifically managed for impacts at a very local scale and the landscape scale. So if there are very specific concerns about managing or avoiding or reducing impacts to certain places or at certain times of the year, for example, if you're considering issues with erosion or special status species, then that could be managed to avoid some of those impacts. And grazing is really flexible, and that can be integrated with other treatment methods as well for improved outcomes. So you may start with a hand crew or a mechanical treatment to remove large woody fuels, and then follow up with ruminants. And when I say ruminants, it could be sheep, goats, cattle, llamas, a variety of different grazing animals, to remove fine fuels or to reduce fine fuels, and or to maintain the regrowth on fine fuels and some shrubs. And then the co-benefits of that could be public interface or education, invasive plant management, production of food and fiber, etc. And it can also be used on steep and highly variable landscapes where a lot of tools cannot be used due to constraints of the topography. However, like all treatments, like all of these treatments we've been talking about, they require ongoing maintenance, and that's often a challenge in terms of getting maintenance funded. And herbaceous materials, which grazing is often most effective for, grow back rapidly every single year. And so oftentimes we'll get, wait, we have to do this again? Always? Forever? And that often kind of is a bit of the rub, is that this does have to be ongoing, but that is the case for virtually all treatments anyway. So the question is, what is the best combination of tools to treat within different landscapes for different goals and outcomes, or to address different constraints or different community concerns? So targets and different communities are going to have different targets. And while targets are important, one thing I've heard throughout the last 2 meetings is that addressing barriers is also very important. And in this case, it might be even more important. You can't reach the target if you don't address the barriers. Some of those barriers include lack of infrastructure. Often grazing permittees cannot put permanent infrastructure in certain areas due to limitations either of the location or of the funding source. There might be environmental review or permitting barriers. Often there's expertise lacking for managing the hurdles to getting through CEQA or obtaining required permits. There are often misperceptions about grazing, that it's always bad, or that ruminants themselves are bad or not natural, or there may be an anti-grazing sentiment. For example, in state parks, most of them do not have grazing, or they have very little grazing. It's not necessarily for a scientific reason, and it's often maybe more of just a historical embedded resistance to grazing. As I mentioned before, the lack of expertise among agency personnel in particular, we hear this a lot, especially for coming out of CAL FIRE, that they have a lot of experience with prescribed burning and vegetation management, but not in the context of grazing. Other limitations or barriers can be limits to contract terms. Often the contract terms are 1 to maybe 5 years at most, and grazers must be planning for the long term. The animals, unfortunately, can't be airlifted out and put in a cupboard during the times that we have a drought. And so these rigid contract terms may limit the applicability of grazing in areas, even if that area might benefit greatly from grazing. And another particular barrier are, again, another rigid contract term would be, say, the implementation of dates that animals must come on or be put on or come off an area. So let's say if you have a specification that the animals must be removed by May 1, regardless every year, and you have a year like this where we have a ton of rain and a lot of growth, we may not be able to effectively manage that vegetation before those animals have to be removed. Next slide. So some of the targets, they're going to be very rough, loose targets. An increase in public education and outreach for the RMAC is really important. And we're currently in the 4th year of a public education effort. And so there have been some grassroots efforts, but there is no supporting budget for the Range Management Advisory Committee. And so we often are cobbling together resources from partners and relying on the interest and efforts and goodwill of others to facilitate or coordinate these different efforts and implement them. Outreach efforts include not only the public, but also across agency personnel, RCDs, CAL FIRE, CDFW, state parks. We try to target them all because there may be areas across the state that could benefit from different range management tactics, including, again, I'm focusing a lot on prescribed grazing because we're very focused on fuels reduction, and it's one of the best tools that we have with the RMAC to recommend. Another target would be to identify and develop additional resources to support education and range conservation. Again, as I said, the RMAC has no budget, no operating budget, and it has basically only my staff time, which is about 25% of my time. Another target could be to increase the extent of prescribed grazing for vegetation management. So there have been efforts like the Cal VTP, which introduced prescribed grazing as a covered activity that could be used for fuel reduction or fuel breaks within WUI, wildland urban interface areas, or for ecological restoration. But it's a relatively new program, and so it unfortunately was rolled out right at the same time as the pandemic came into effect, and so it's taking a while to ramp up, but it is getting there. There have been previous bills that were brought forward that supported temporary grazing infrastructure, but again, not a whole lot of money has gone into that. There is a new bill up and coming that's been introduced, SB 675, which is the prescribed grazing bill, supported by Senator Limon. Next slide. And this is focusing on efforts to improve and increase the extent of prescribed grazing management on California state lands, working with CAL FIRE, the Department of Conservation, and also the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force to increase and expand grazing across the state for the purpose primarily of fuels reduction, but also other co-benefits. Next slide. So what are the targets? Well, first off, I'm going to address this. This information was sent to me, that what you're seeing on the screen right now is that there was some concern about what exactly does it mean to be climate smart, or what does it mean to be restored, or what does it mean to be healthy in terms of rangelands or any other land cover type. And so there may be a proliferation of practices that are being touted as being climate smart, but which may not have a lot of evidence to support them, and that's very common in rangeland world. There is not a lot of research to support, or not necessarily a lot of research to support some of the new practices that are being touted, like compost application. There may have limited in certain areas. There may be some efficacy to that, but in other areas it may not produce a lot of result. And so finding out where those would be the most effective would be an important target. But as for targets, we don't really have them yet. This is a question that has been asked to the RMAC frequently over the last 6 months, right around the time that we started asking ourselves that very question and thinking about how this question might get answered given the lack of an RMAC budget, the fact that the RMAC doesn't have any resources necessarily to conduct research. It can only highlight the need for it or facilitate others to do it or encourage them to do it. At one point, we did have a conversation with CDFA and the Healthy Soils Program, and we were entertaining the idea of partnering to develop some healthy soils practices for rangelands, but there was some personnel turnover, so there's been a delay in that, and that may or may not go forward. But some of the potential recommendations, and I'm just going to sort of exposit right now, it's not necessarily going to be reflected on the screen, but I can send out another slide that has this. I can add it on later and send that to Plessy, and she can send that out to everybody. But one of the things that would be important to identify is the barriers to implementation in different areas and how they can be addressed. They vary widely. In some areas, the barrier might be land ownership type. It might be that the land is on private land and the owners don't want to allow access to it. Could be a state park where they don't want to allow grazing. Sometimes there's recreation or public conflicts with grazing animals or issues with the public or organizations interfering with grazing or depredation, which is animal coyotes, predators, bears, bobcats, lions, killing livestock. That might be an issue. And identifying data gaps and developing what those research needs or approaches to filling those gaps would be really important. And some of the information we think could be helpful to informing target development, because we don't necessarily know what those targets might be at this time, but some of the information that would be helpful to start developing those targets is how many acres across the state would be could be grazed, how many acres are being managed for grazing, or if not, how are they being managed, who owns those lands, and what are the outcomes? Are they considered sufficient, or are we seeing carbon? Are they acting as carbon sources rather than carbon sinks? Given that, how many of these acres should be grazed? And this could be contingent, of course, on the capacity for grazing and the feasibility. When, where, and how should other tools be combined with grazing to get the most bang for your buck? What practices for grazing in terms of should it be rotational grazing, or what kind of grazing approaches should be utilized? Should we have grazing in sensitive areas such as riparian areas? When and where should they be integrated with other treatments? Who should be managing this grazing? This is a question that comes up a lot. Should it be the state agency personnel, when often the agency personnel do not have the expertise required to do that? Should they be the grazing practitioners themselves? Should they come on, the permittees or lessees come in and say, this is what we should be doing? And should the state agencies say, oh, okay, you're the expert, we'll follow that? Or should it be certified rangeland managers, which have an actual certification through the state of California? So again, finding out what these barriers to grazing are and how they can be addressed are really important. Another important aspect of this is outreach and education, and who should be targeted, where should they be targeted, and lastly, are barriers to entry into the range workforce. There are very few certified range managers in the state. Again, personnel and expertise working in rangelands often comes up as a limiting factor. And so in light of these different gaps, some of the targets could come in the form of number of acres to be restored. But honestly, this is in many ways a lost cause in California, notwithstanding questions regarding what it would be restored to in terms of species, functions, or time point. It's very expensive and often not very successful. So instead, we often focus on things like how many acres could be grazed for fuel as treatment reduction, how many acres within the wildland urban interface should be grazed or could be grazed, how many acres could be reclaimed out of old agricultural purposes for rangelands. So there is a particular program through the Department of Conservation called the Multi-Benefit Land Repurposing Program, which seeks to use funding to increase regional capacity for repurposing ag lands for reducing primarily reliance on groundwater and providing a suite of other co-benefits. Another target might be increasing the number of acres or setting a target for number of acres enrolled and independently verified as complying with different programs that promote and support long-term sustainability and mitigate climate change on rangelands. So this might be Audubon certified acres or acres certified as being conservation grazed, or acres under the Soil and Climate Health Initiative verification. So there are a variety of different programs out there. Another target could be an increase in carbon capture on rangelands or grassland soils by X%, if you would like to put a percentage. Number of dollars put towards research to support investigations into feasibility of virtual fencing options in different environments where we have constraints for grazing, fencing, and permanent infrastructure are a problem. Number of acres grazed along roadsides. Caltrans alone manages 15,000 miles of highway and 230,000 acres of right-of-way in California. So that is an opportunity where we have a lot of fuel building up, a lot of fire starting, and very little grazing. So a lot of other countries have figured this out and have figured out a way to implement this. So this would be an opportunity to utilize grazing animals to reduce that fire risk. Additionally, you have acres where weed invasions are controlled, particularly when those vegetation types are a higher fire risk. The number of individuals or agencies reached in a year for outreach and education efforts could be the number of acres managed by a grazing where appropriate, with a particular focus on state lands. And lastly, in terms of workforce development, an increase in the number of certified range managers or other range experts in the states. So development of programs or curriculum to support pathways for entry into range management that would support not only entry-level range managers, but also experienced range managers and everybody in between. One thing I'll highlight is that wages and salaries are often a benefit to, or a barrier, excuse me, would be a benefit, are a barrier to entry. And the lack of sufficient programs to meet certain criteria to become, for example, a certified range manager, or to have the expertise to develop a grazing plan that would allow for a variety of these factors in very complicated environments and settings is really critical to having the outcomes that we're hoping to see for conserving California rangelands. And I will stop there.
Thank you, Christina. Very helpful. And again, we'll share these slides. We know that we've packed a lot in, but I think the slides are rich with content and will be helpful as we kind of think through the next steps that we talked about earlier in the meeting today. So we have some space now for clarifying questions, reflections from the committee, from any of the second batch of presentations. And after we get through those, we'll have public comment, and then we'll have more of an organic committee discussion around sort of next steps, future agendas, things along those lines. Will, I see your hand up first, so go for it. Oh, I think you're muted.
I'll go to the agriculture, Michael. So a lot of these projections are done with the Descent Comet Planner model, right? Yeah. I guess, so is there no concern that these models have not been really validated for California? For example, I'm working with the USDA now, and there's actually skepticism for these models in their entirety in their use, because they were never designed to do this. And so the next call on the USDA is going to be comparing of different biogeochemical models to see how well these different models work. So there's a lot of skepticism around these models. And particularly in California with specialty crops and things, with these models were never designed to approach. And we're developing data sets. My lab is developing data sets to help try to calibrate the models. But still, with so many crops in California and essentially so many environments, these models are just, I question them, basically. So we'll have to put that in the report, in the final report, basically, the skepticism behind this. So, oops, sorry.
Professor, not just the final report, but I would look forward to having a conversation about it
Right.
and you can, share the sources and the studies that you're thinking of. The CDFA did not validate the models, but they were assessed by CARB personnel and compared to research results. Obviously, the question of what sort of irrigation is being used we're talking about two different things to be sure, which I should note in my answer before wrapping up, which is that one thing is the reliability of the descent model or family of models, and the other is the use of the Comet Planner tool, which aggregates a lot of model runs and assumes a certain irrigation treatment for every practice per county, averaging the soils and so on. So there are two different questions in there. For the scoping plan, it is site specific, as I think might have been discussed earlier by Adam. Representative sites, a family of representative sites is used for these projections into the future for the scoping plan purposes in DASIN.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the issue with these models is that they're calibrated and validated based on sort of university or academic research or federal government research. And when we do our projects, we do them the best as we can, and so we get potentials. And so the potential of what could actually be achieved on the working land is probably a lot less than what we have shown sort of in a research environment. So that's my concern, basically. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Nathaniel?
I have two questions. They're both for Christina and Michael secondarily, if you want to jump in. The first one is, where do you think that retired acres under the SIGMA Act would fall? Would those be under range?
Lands is one, sparsely vegetated lands anyway. So that was going to be my suggestion. There's just a lot of material and a lot of complexity. And to be effective, do we want to sooner rather than later identify some smaller topical where we're going to commit to learning the material and generating questions?
Well, so I won't speak to whether you form groups, but I would offer that we did go through like this whole target development process and, speaking with a bunch of agencies about levels of action. And so I would offer that I could present our target development process and the reasons we chose the levels of action we did for the different scenarios, and just answer any questions. And of course, I recommend everybody read the scoping plan, Appendix I. But it is a lot. So I could that could be an agenda item if you'd like. I would offer that. So you don't necessarily have to form groups, because everybody, we're already asking a lot of this committee. So I don't necessarily want everybody to have to put in more hours, than needed. But
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add at this point, but was pausing because I want to hear from other committee members on that too. Matt?
I was just going to briefly say, I think a literacy bump from Adam would accelerate everybody's, settling into this content, and that maybe that's like, let's wrap our heads around the content that we know we have to deal with before we start talking to these other technical groups. And that way, we're interrogating the model and then finding the places where the model doesn't serve our needs. Every time I'm on a call with this guy and his data platform, I learn a lot. So I think it'll help everybody.
Yeah, I think what Adam offered is could be very helpful. I mean, I've been through some of the appendices a bit myself, and there's a lot of valuable information there. I guess one maybe separate comment or thought might also be a need for, I guess, I don't know if it's understanding or deciding or discussing, what kind of principles need to, should be at play in the kinds of recommendations that we would be making on implementation. I mean, I think some of those principles have been somewhat explicit and some have been somewhat implicit. And I guess I'm just trying to think about working toward the deliverable, which I kind of have mentally made in my mind into like a list of implementation priorities or implementation opportunities, I guess. But in sort of weighing the various options, it seems like there are some principles that need to be ironed out. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that for a potential agenda discussion. I don't know where it comes in the list of possible agenda items, but thought I'd mention.
Thanks, Laura. Lori.
I think we have a series of buckets that we're trying to operate in. One around modeling, which has a longer time frame available to us than the recommendations on implementation, which has a shorter timeline in front of us. I do think that in these meetings where you have been trying to share the breadth and depth of knowledge or data and reports and activities of the state, by nature are very broad in their focus, and that it could be helpful for us to narrow in our meetings, because I share one of the prior comments which Adam made about our ability to have more meetings by groups, but to give a focus within meetings to just one or two of the land types and suite of activities available to them. In other words, in our future meetings, to kind of focus a little bit more than this very broad kind of landscape approach, which you have been trying to share with us, how much is available and what's been done and all the many things available to us. So, I mean, I'm happy to work with my fellow conspirators as well as you on developing future agendas. But personally, I think that we need more focus, and potentially we need a couple more breaks, because our ability to sit and absorb so much information being pushed at us could potentially be limited in order to be effective to you in being able to make recommendations, recognizing that we're going to have to do some work outside of our meetings in order to develop those recommendations. Oh, I love that. I got a floating heart on the screen there. But that would be a couple of thoughts to share here.
Thanks, Lori. We can't kill ourselves.
Yeah, I want to respond to that too, and just note that the reason why we did pack so much in today, and I'm sure it was a lot for all of us, but the reason why we did that is because of this timeline and to sort of front load that. But we're hoping that, of course, it was this initial overview, so we have somewhat of a holistic starting point together, and then we can do those more focused conversations in the remaining meetings. But frankly, we didn't really have the time to do, like one land type over the next year. So that was the logic. However, if it was successful, we'll see. But yeah, just wanted to respond to that and acknowledge that I hear you, Lori and team, on being more thoughtful and deliberative and diving deeper into land types going forward. Carrie, I think you were next.
I'm just moving to endorse the comments from Lori and also Lara to have, like, both of the topics that have been brought up. I like that it's an iterative process where we would have the specific discussions also on a particular system. Also, this was proposed by, and now I can't remember your name. I feel terrible. You have the background with the trees, the sequoias. But I think that all of that going by subject area is incredibly helpful, but also I'm feeling the need to have also a space where we can have a little more free-form brainstorming that can go on around topics that Lara brought up. So we have, there's a lot of resources that we've learned about today, and there's a lot of unity, I think, in terms of themes that are being addressed across the different presentations that we saw today that might allow us to approach some of the materials that and recommendations that we would have at the end of this process. They would have like a unified approach, but then there's also the very specific issues within systems. And I think what I'm hearing is that members of the advisory committee are both looking for like a deeper dive within system, but then also a structured process or a structured approach across these systems, because we know we can't address everything. Unfortunately, what I'm envisioning is this Word document that has like subject areas that we're all filling in, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about. But I think that some way for us to brainstorm together a little bit more free form during the next meeting would be helpful as we try and come up with like ideas about what we want the process to look like so that it's in this public space. Usually I'm used to doing it in a round robin email. I know that's off the table for us. So just thinking that through together would be helpful.
Sorry, did you say me?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay, it's okay. Yeah, I really like all of the suggestions that folks have made already. I wanted to elevate what Laura said about identifying principles, and then what Carrie just added about sort of maybe cross-cutting themes as well. And I think that that could be really helpful to do up front. So to have a discussion around next meeting that guides our thinking going forward. I also think it'll be helpful. I mean, this today was I think already clarified a lot of things in my mind, much more than I had walked away with from the first meeting. And I think it'll be really helpful for us to continue to lean in and create a clear vision for what we're trying to co-create together as a group and how we'll go about doing that. I think for me, that would be personally like really helpful. One document that Carrie mentioned at the beginning is, you know, a charter to some degree can help with that. I think only, you know, it can go so far. I do have a draft charter that I could share with folks if that's something that we wanted to co-develop together and thought it would be useful as a group. There's certainly other ways to go about it that could also complement it. And I'm even thinking something like a logic model. Where are we headed and how do we get there as a group? And I know it takes time away from the process of actually doing, but in my experience, sort of investing up front in that higher level thinking about where do we want to go and how do we want to get there can actually really save us time in the long run and make sure we end up we're all swimming in the same direction through this. So I just wanted to put that on the table for others to react to.
Yeah, I'm curious for the committee's reactions for all of these things too. I don't want to, yeah, Lori, if you have any reflections, I see your hand up, and Carrie, I see your hand up too. So feel free to jump in.
I think my hand up was a holdover, so I didn't raise it intentionally there.
Carrie, did you have something to add?
I endorse the development of process, and I also wanted to reach out to the members who presented to us today that if there is an opportunity to listen in to other you know, if there's if other advisory committees, or to connect with them at a particular topic at hand that would be informative to this process, that is there a way for them to let us know? So example, like, because Matt mentioned the committee that he's part of. So just that's my question, is how it's not mandatory for us to attend, but there's a lot of different moving parts, and perhaps that is a way for us to gather more information from the other ongoing efforts in real time.
Great. Well,
You say Matt?
yes, Matt.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, I think, have we figured out what exactly is a sub-quorum member? A group of us that gets to meet and learn things and come back and tell the group? How many people can talk? What's the total
That
count?
would be, yeah, I think it's, well, we are trying to add a tribal member, so we can have 6 people meet.
Sweet. And so maybe a handful of us could audit some of these other advisory groups.
Mm-hmm.
Like hear what they're talking about. That'd be really great for this. I sit on the Delta Stewardship Council, EJAG, and they're sitting on top of the big carbon sucker in the state. And kind of a new agency. So it'd be really enlightening to those of you that like blue carbon stories. I think EJAC and the CARB story, I mean, I think that's sort of a backbone of this dynamic. And I think that should be a formal meeting. I think that should eat up one of our dates on this calendar here, if I may be so bold. And the CARB folks will support it. And they can reschedule one of their CARB meetings to match up with one of ours if we're settled on it. It's always Matt Botel anyways.
Thanks, Matt. Laura?
Yeah, to the point of the sort of cross-group interactions, just to remind that Christy and I sit on the Science Advisory Panel for the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force, which has been developing a lot of, trying to develop a lot of data products and toolkits. So we're trying to keep track of that process and can serve as liaisons, I think. I also just am happy to endorse the idea around spending a little bit of time on process. It's easy for that to take over. So I think we have to guard against, like deliberating too long on what our process and so forth will be, given the time constraints that we're facing and the complexity of the challenge. But I do think, coming up with some sort of reasonably consensus-driven, approach, or at least general agreement on, how we're going to go about this at the next meeting could be helpful, so that we're all on the same page and pulling in the same direction.
Great. Lori, over to you. Maybe we'll make this the final comment since we have only a couple minutes left.
Yeah. I'm hearing 2 different things around process and charter and deliver. One is kind of the general principles of how we interact. We have kind of a charter from the legislation, but there's the question of the mandate of the committee about what are we going to deliver to you in January. And so I think clarifying these things in their different areas, how we interact with one another. We seem to have a fairly thoughtful, civilized way of interacting with each other currently, but there are some kind of standard rules of behavior, speaking to issues, not to people, that kind of thing. But more so, this concept that I'm hearing of principles, or let's define a little more clearly what we're looking for, because there's a real interaction here between looking at the model and improvements in the model and the data for the model and the systems of the modeling versus specific implementation at an actionable level. And what I heard in the beginning of this conversation from the state folks was more specific recommendations for implementation at the actionable level that move us towards our targeted. And then there's the refinement in what we know. And that's a whole suite of other actions, is how we improve what we believe we know, our data and our information systems, and then the standardization of that across the state. So perhaps some time can be spent in the interim here as we develop the agenda around defining that, so that we can bring something very clear to the committee and in its opening, and hopefully come to a relatively expedited agreement. Yes, this is what we want to deliver. Yes, this is what we're focused on. Yes, these are some timeframes and how within that.
Yeah, I think that's great. I'm cognizant of time and that we've kept you all together for a long time. So I want to wrap us up. I think we've made some good progress today. We have 3 co-chairs, co-conveners. We'll figure out what we're calling you all that we can connect with soon after this meeting to kind of digest all of these reflections you all shared throughout the day and map out a plan most immediately for the next meeting. But I'm hearing a couple broad things. I'm hearing, obviously the piece that Lori just raised about what are we going to deliver, but I'm also hearing a lot of comments about, well, how are we going to get there to that deliverable, to that milestone? And then in the interim, what do we need to get there? So who are the people we need to hear from? Who do we want to get together with? What additional information do we need? So I think those are 3 sort of big questions to leave us with today, and hopefully we can connect very soon with the co-conveners, and then you all know, and please reach out to me if you have any questions about Bagley Keene, but you can meet as a group as long as it's not a quorum of this committee. So please feel free to connect and brainstorm offline too, and let me know if you need any more guidance around that. But as I wrap us up, I just want to thank our state colleagues for joining us and for all the preparation you did to thoughtfully organize your work. Committee members, thanks for being so engaged and attentive and asking great questions and really starting to think about the implications for your work ahead. And we will try as soon as possible to get those slides to you all, because I know you're going to be thinking and having some conversations in short order here, and also share the recording. So you have, if you want to dig back into any specific presentations, if there's anything else that you can think of that you need, let us know, and we'll be in touch very soon. But Amanda, Matt, Virginia, do you want to say any final words? Anything I didn't cover? Okay, I guess not. All right. Thank you, everyone, and really appreciate you spending so much time and going on this journey with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, thanks.